If you've watched Star Wars The Clone Wars, and if you're on this channel, it's a safe bet you have, you surely remember quite a few interesting scenes starring Obi-Wan Kenobi and Satine Kryze. The romantic tension between the two was always palpable, and neither was very shy about the fact that they had feelings for each other, despite Obi-Wan's allegiance to the Jedi Code. Obi-Wan once went so far as to say that, if Satine had asked, he would have left the Jedi Order. That's quite a bold statement. Was it still true during the Clone Wars? How close was Obi-Wan to running off with Satine? Obi-Wan and Satine loved each other. Everyone knew it too. Anakin knew it, Ki-Adi-Mundi knew it, Maul somehow knew it, and everyone who saw the two standing next to each other knew it. It was even more of an open secret than Anakin and Padme. Perhaps, more importantly, Obi-Wan and Satine both knew that they shared a mutual love. Neither was in denial about it, despite the degree to which Obi-Wan tended to downplay the relationship. We'll come back to that a bit later. This relationship developed during the Great Clan Wars, one of innumerable Mandalorian civil wars. Taking place sometime after the Mandalorian Civil War proper and the Battle of Naboo, this conflict tore Mandalorian society apart, spreading from Mandalore to Kalevala and other Mandalorian worlds. Satine was the daughter of the Duke of Kalevala, a powerful Mandalorian warlord killed fairly early in the war. The rest of her family was torn apart. Satine's sister, Bo-Katan, joined the Death Watch, but Satine became a pacifist and sided with the new Mandalorians. During the war, newly anointed Duchess Satine was placed under the protection of Jedi Master Qui-Gon Jinn and his Padawan, Obi-Wan. The three spent months hiding out together, with Satine and Obi-Wan falling in love and getting into all sorts of trouble. And because we know the comments are going to be full of this, that trouble did not, in fact, involve the conception of Giorgi Kai. The math doesn't really add up. Assuming, per the episode The Academy, that Giorgi was about Ahsoka's age, he would have been born a few years after the Great Clan Wars likely wrapped up. Regardless, Obi-Wan and Satine were going strong enough that, by the end of their adventures together, Obi-Wan would have left the Jedi Order if she had asked him to. Of course, she never did, but what would it have been like if she had? What if Obi-Wan did leave the Jedi Order for her? We don't need to guess to come up with an answer to this question. In Legends, Obi-Wan actually did briefly leave the Jedi Order during his time as an apprentice, albeit for very different reasons. He also had another love interest, a fellow Padawan named Siri Tachi, who he also considered leaving the Order with. In 44 BBY, before Obi-Wan's adventures with Satine, he and Qui-Gon were sent to the planet Melita/Darn, a mess of a world embroiled in a centuries-long civil war. This conflict, fought between factions called the Melita and the Darn, had been going on for so long that nobody on the planet remembered why it had started in the first place. But the boomers who ran the planet, the Elders, insisted on endlessly killing each other anyway, destroying their families' lives, their civilization, and their very planet in the process. Melita/Dan was gripped by endless famines and plagues due to the industrial demands of the war, and the Jedi were sent in to stop the fighting. On this world, where the adults were all acting like children, some of the children were starting to act like adults. During their mission to Melita/Darn, Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan discovered the Young, a collection of young activists committed to ending the Civil War. They aided the Young as the coalition carried out attacks against military bases on both sides. Obi-Wan became increasingly involved with them in their cause over the course of the mission, repeatedly disobeying Qui-Gon's orders so he could help them. This culminated in Obi-Wan actively fighting on the Young's behalf, carrying out an attack that, at length, persuaded the Elders to pursue peace talks with the Young. But the Young refused to negotiate, believing the olive branch to be a diversionary tactic. On orders from Master Yoda, Qui-Gon left Melita/Darn, but Obi-Wan refused to go with him. The young Padawan chose to leave the Order to help the Young win their war, and Qui-Gon left him behind. After 14 days of fighting between the Elders and the Young won out. With Kenobi's help, they attempted to form a new government, but the newfound peace rapidly decayed. Qui-Gon was sent back to Melita/Darn to help his former Padawan stitch things back together. When the mission was accomplished, Obi-Wan decided to return to the Jedi Order. He had left to help his friends and pursue a cause he believed in, but he knew in his heart that his place would always be with the Jedi. He made a similar decision later in his apprenticeship, choosing to abandon his relationship with fellow Padawan Siri Tachi. After being friends for years, he and Tachi realized that they had feelings for each other and began a romantic relationship. However, both were well aware that this conflicted with the Jedi Code and developed misgivings about the relationship because of that. After careful consideration and discussion with their masters, Obi-Wan and Siri choose an amicable breakup, putting their duties as Jedi first. With that expanded universe context in mind, we can reconcile two seemingly contradictory details about Obi-Wan's relationship with Satine. He stated that, if she had asked, he would have left the order for her at the end of their adventures together, but he later implied that this was no longer the case. This was despite the fact that Obi-Wan obviously still loved Satine. With those other stories in mind, however, it's easy to see that, while he openly loved her, Obi-Wan knew his duty to the Jedi came first. This might seem a bit confusing. After all, since the Jedi Code forbade love, Obi-Wan would be breaking it simply by holding on to his feelings for Satine, right? Wrong. Allow us to remind you of a very important line from Attack of the Clones.
Attachment is forbidden. Possession is forbidden. Compassion, which I would define as unconditional love, is central to a Jedi's life. And so you might say that we are encouraged to love.
It was perfectly okay for a Jedi to feel love. In fact, it was perfectly okay for a Jedi to feel anything because you can't control how you feel. That's how emotions work, and the Jedi understood that. Rather, they aimed to overcome their emotions instead of letting their emotions overcome them. They felt whatever they felt, but they trained themselves to let it end there. They would process their emotions and then let them go. Obi-Wan couldn't help loving Satine, and he never tried to repress that love. Nor was he required to. After all, Jedi were encouraged to love so long as they maintained clear judgment and avoided attachments. As a Padawan, Obi-Wan might have struggled with that last part, but by the time he was reunited with Satine during the Clone Wars, this was no longer the case. He accepted his love for her and allowed himself to feel it, but he didn't allow his feelings to get in the way of his duty to the Jedi, nor was he at any real risk of doing so. There's a difference between feeling a certain way and acting on it, and while Obi-Wan strayed over the line a little bit in some cases, he was disciplined enough as a Jedi Master to not let things get out of hand. Satine, for her part, understood and probably felt a similar way, choosing her perceived duty to her people over running away with Kenobi. Obi-Wan Kenobi was not at all close to leaving the Jedi Order during the Clone Wars. On the contrary, he was a perfect example of what Jedi were supposed to be like. There was a reason Yoda, Windu, and the others respected him so much. There wasn't anyone else alive who embodied the Old Order's vision of a Jedi more perfectly. This is in part because of, not despite, his feelings for Satine. Loving Satine ultimately made Obi-Wan a better Jedi, and some Jedi would have done well to learn from the way he dealt with that love. If you've been watching our videos for a while, you probably know that we love taking close looks at clone characters and seeing what makes them tick. We've talked about their tactical approaches and their personalities, and in this video, we're going to start looking at their different moral philosophies. On the outside, most clones had similar philosophies. They believed that whatever Republic law said was right, that good soldiers follow orders, and so on. While many clones came to these same conclusions, there was a surprising diversity in how they reached them. Clones, especially clone commanders, had surprisingly unique philosophical outlooks. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at the personal philosophies of 3 clone commanders. All of them fell into the good soldiers follow orders camp, but you might be surprised by the different reasons they had for ending up there. Let's start with Commander Gree. We don't see much of Gree in Star Wars The Clone Wars, which is a damn shame, because he's one of the most interesting clone characters out there. Far from being a cut-and-paste soldier archetype, Gree was an amateur anthropologist who would have preferred to spend his life studying alien creatures than leading the 41st Elite Corps. This love for other cultures ran so deep that Gree pretty much made it his identity. He chose his name in honor of an obscure and highly advanced species called the Gree, hoping that those who shared his passion for anthropology would notice and start a conversation. Given that, you'd think Gree would hate the Republic and hate his life in the Grand Army. As the property of the Galactic Senate, Gree was forced into the military, kept from fulfilling his dreams of studying alien cultures. Most people would resent the Republic for that, but Gree didn't. He firmly believed in the Republic and, like many clones, considered his orders sacrosanct. His role in the Grand Army of the Republic may not have been the role he wanted in life, but Gree saw it as his duty nonetheless. This was because the defining trait of Gree's moral philosophy was loyalty. As he saw it, he only existed because of the Republic, and thus he owed the Republic undying loyalty. On a more personal level, Gree was loyal to those he fought alongside, from his fellow clones to the Jedi generals he served under, regardless of any differences he had with them. Luminar and Julie, who Gree served as a clone liaison, was considered by many to be insufferably orthodox, something that would have clashed heavily with Gree's unorthodox tactical approaches. But Gree was still deeply loyal to Anjuli, respecting that she was willing to risk her life alongside him. Gree's intense loyalty came with a deep hatred for those he considered traitors. Betrayal of any sort was seen as all but unforgivable to Gree, which led him to hate any and all separatists regardless of their motives. He hated the would-be loyalists that betrayed the Republic, like Pharaoh Argus, even more. Gree's hatred for traitors ended up being the strongest part of his moral code, even stronger than his loyalty to his friends, as shown by his attempted execution of Order 66. Gree's actions in response to Order 66 were, of course, driven by the inhibitor chip in his head, but he was the sort of clone who would have executed the order even if his chip had been removed. Gree was very individual as far as clones went, but his loyalty to the Republic and his low tolerance for betrayal would have overcome any sense of loyalty he had to the Jedi on their own. Next up, we have Commander Cody. Cody was a bit of a cut and dry clone. If there was such a thing as a default clone commander, it was Cody, both in terms of personality and philosophy. He did have some traces of individuality, especially his keen sense of humor, which likely developed during his time spent with Obi-Wan Kenobi. Cody, more than most clones, was a connoisseur of dry humor and could even get passive-aggressive at times. You might think that this suggested that Cody had a bit of a different outlook than most clones, but you'd be wrong. Cody's philosophy was defined, first and foremost, by apathy.
Apathy is death.
Simply put, Cody didn't really give much of a sith about philosophy. He did what he was told because that was what he was supposed to do. He didn't really bother justifying that, probably because he didn't think he needed to. It was the reason he was created, and that was justification enough. He was loyal to the Republic, but unlike Gree, this really didn't have to do with a hatred of betrayal or anything like that. To him, it was just a job. As the Clone Wars dragged on, Cody's moral apathy developed into cynicism, something that ramped up dramatically after the rise of the Empire. He developed a general feeling that something was wrong about his life and the world around him, but he was still apathetic enough that he didn't bother analyzing what was making him miserable. He became a bit of a boomer because of this, and later in life, when the ranks of the Stormtrooper Corps began filling with non-clone recruits, he was known for repeatedly claiming everything was better back in the old days. We've saved the most interesting clone for last. If you're at all familiar with Commander Bakara, you probably know that he was utterly brutal, more so than any other clone commander. He was aggressive, outspoken, and didn't take any Sith from anyone, especially not his subordinates. Bakara was a man who saw pleasantries as a waste of time and would sacrifice anything to complete a mission, including his life or the lives of the Galactic Marines under his command. Bakara's outspokenness and dislike for pleasantries may make it seem like he was a bit of a rebel, but this was far from the case. Like Gree and Cody, Bakara was fiercely loyal to the Republic and was known to execute traitors on the spot and without remorse, as he did to Ki-Adi-Mundi. This cocktail of extreme personality traits may seem odd, especially for a clone, but it makes sense when you learn about Bakara's training. Bakara received instruction from Court Davin, a journeyman protector from Concord Dawn, and adopted much of his worldview and philosophical outlook. At his heart, Court Davin was a lawman, and he trained Bakara and his other trainees to think of themselves as lawmen as well as soldiers. This was problematic in itself. In the wise words of Commander Adama of the Battlestar Galactica,
"There's a reason why you separate military and the police. One fights the enemy of the state, the other serves and protects the people. When the military becomes both, then the enemies of the state tend to become the people."
Regardless, because of his instruction under Darvin, Commander Bakara adopted a philosophy that resembled real-world concepts of legalism. Bakara believed that the law was always right by virtue of being the law, and he saw it as his role to enforce it regardless of whether or not he agreed with it. He was loyal to the Republic not because he believed in its values or anything like that, but because it was, in his view, the legitimate government. His motives didn't run any deeper. Bakara's rigidity and aggressive tactics owed to his legalist philosophy. In the real world, legalism espouses the centralization of political power, and Bakara managed the Galactic Marines much as a classical legalist would manage a government. To him, the men under his command had no purpose other than to execute his orders, and their ability to do so determined how much he respected them. In turn, he saw his purpose as the execution and enforcement of Republic law. This mostly manifested in staunch opposition to the Separatists, whose secession Bakara viewed as illegal and contemptible. Later in his career, it also manifested in his total willingness to execute Order 66. The Jedi, he believed, were planning to overthrow the government, and that was enough to get him to kill Ki-Adi-Mundi, who he had been friends with for years. If you watched our first video on the moral philosophies of clone commanders, we hope you didn't think we'd stop after talking about only 3 clones. On the contrary, we have 3 more clones to talk about tonight. This time, 3 with wildly different mindsets. You couldn't find 2 clones more different from one another than the fiercely independent Captain Rex, the absolute simp Commander Faye, and the apathetic Commander Neo. In this video, we'll be discussing the moral perspectives of these 3 very unique clones. First up, we have the fan favorite, CT-7567, more commonly known as Captain Rex. Rex was one of the most independent clone officers in the Grand Army of the Republic, making him a good match for Anakin Skywalker, his Jedi General. Officially, he was the leader of the Tauren Company, but under Skywalker, he had authority over the whole 501st Legion, despite not being a clone commander. This owed to his effectiveness as an officer, something that came from his fierce dedication to justice and doing the right thing. Rex was so independent that, in the past, we've speculated he was actually a defective clone the Kaminoans didn't catch. He followed his orders but wasn't afraid to skirt authority if he thought his orders were wrong. He sometimes hesitated to directly disobey his superiors, but this faded as the Clone Wars dragged on, and by the end of it all, Rex only followed orders when he deemed them worthy of following. He was a man who listened to his conscience more than anyone else, superiors and subordinates alike. Rex only ever did what he believed to be morally righteous, contrary to a certain someone we'll be discussing later. Now, most people only do what they think is right, but Rex's case is notable because to him, what was right sometimes differed from what he was ordered to do. This was a rarity among clones, and it's why Rex was considered independent. Rex truly believed in the Republic. He saw it as the embodiment of justice and civilization, like virtually all clones and even many Jedi did. But his belief in the Republic didn't translate into blind legalism or seeing orders as sacrosanct. While Rex loved the Republic as a general concept, he didn't believe it to be infallible, nor did he believe every single order he was given was justified by virtue of being an order. The primary driver in Rex's moral philosophy was what he believed the Republic represented, the virtues of justice and galactic stability. But unlike most clones, Rex had a solid concept of what justice was. Rex's form of justice wasn't just ensuring the survival of the Republic government, but ensuring the well-being of the galactic civilian populace. He fought because he truly believed he was protecting innocent lives, and when he saw innocent lives endangered, he tried his best to help them regardless of his orders. In short, Rex's morals were the morals of a Jedi Knight. Next up, we have Rex's polar opposite, the soulless living droid known as Commander Faye. Faye was the personification of that old NPC meme. All he lived for was to follow the Kaminoans' programming. He led an elite unit under General Oppo Rencesis, the famous Jedi Battlemaster, and after Rencesis' death, he came under the command of Quinlan Vos. Vos and Faye couldn't have been more incompatible. Vos was even more impulsive and disdainful of orders than Anakin Skywalker, while Faye followed his orders to the letter. He lived for orders. In our last video, we briefly talked about the concept of legalism and how it applied to Commander Bakara. Faye went far beyond that. The man had no concept of self beyond what he had been bred for and no direction in life apart from orders and regulations. His loyalty to the Republic was so extreme that we're not even sure it can really be called loyalty. His devotion to Republic law was more like a complete psychological dependence. He was what the Kaminoans would have considered a perfect clone, and we do not consider that a compliment. It's unclear if Faye even had a concept of morality. Right and wrong weren't even really part of his vocabulary. He only knew legal and illegal, obedience and disobedience. He didn't follow his orders and dedicate himself to the Republic because he thought it was the right thing to do. He did it because it was the only thing he could even consider doing. He wasn't even fanatical about it either, just absurdly stubborn. Faye didn't seem to have an emotional stake in what he saw as his duty. He was fairly dispassionate about executing most orders. Personal loyalty, friendship, and trust were foreign concepts to Faye. During the rise of the Empire, when he was serving on Kashyyyk, he not only showed no hesitation in executing Jedi General Luminara Unduli, but he also didn't hesitate to betray the Wookiees when they got in the way of his orders. It didn't matter to him that Unduli and the Wookiees had fought alongside them or saved his life. If his orders were to betray them, he would do it without even the slightest compunction. Perhaps the most interesting thing about Commander Faye was that he didn't seem to have much of a sense of self. Sure, he had a name and all that, but he never displayed even a hint of self-preservation instinct and was borderline eager to kill himself for the Republic. We don't just mean that he was willing to charge into battle against bad odds either. In his final mission, a bid to capture the fugitive Quinlan Vos, he used himself as a bait in a trap set for the Jedi Master, threatening to call in an airstrike that would kill him, Vos, and all the inhabitants of a nearby Wookiee village. This wasn't a bluff, and Faye wouldn't have hesitated to blow himself up if it was the most effective means of carrying out his orders. That's kind of frightening, honestly. Last but not least, we have CC-8826, Commander Neo. Neo was the commander of the 91st Reconnaissance Corps, a role he seemed to have inherited from Commander Pons. Neo was one of the most effective clone commanders in the Grand Army of the Republic. He worked with a number of Jedi generals, including Mace Windu Adi Gallia and, fatefully, Stas Ali. He was a tactical genius with a knack for flying speeder bikes, and he fought in many battles, the most notable being the Siege of Seleucami. For the most part, as far as we can tell, Commander Neo was amoral. Not immoral, mind you, but generally unconcerned with morality. His amorality was much different from the apathy of Commander Cody or the NPC crap of Commander Faye, however. He had his opinions, and plenty of them, as well as some semblance of a personal philosophy. Morality just didn't factor into it. He let his superiors grapple with the right and the wrong. He was more concerned with doing his job and doing it well. Other clones saw Neo as a bit of a sociopath. He was cold and unfeeling and a man of few words, preferring to keep to himself. He was friends with Commander Bakara and pretty much no one else, and he didn't have a problem with that. Neo was also known to be a little bit intense, with a morbid personality that even other clones found off-putting. We imagine he'd be the sort of guy who'd crack an edgy joke at the most inappropriate time possible if he cared enough to open his mouth. As far as personal philosophy went, we can't say much about Neo for certain, aside from the fact that he was staunchly loyal to the Republic. Based on his personality, he was probably a consequentialist of some sort, meaning he believed that whether an action was right or wrong depended on its consequences and nothing else. However, this is speculative on our part. Generally speaking though, Neo greatly differed from both Rex, Faye, and indeed from most other clones. In a pair of earlier videos, we discussed the moral philosophies of 6 well-known clone commanders. By popular demand, we're back to talk about 3 more. This video's subjects are the cool-headed, strategically minded Commander Bly, the unyielding, staunchly loyal Commander Wolf, and one of our least favourite clone commanders, Commander Fox. We've got a strategist, a stalwart, and a snitch to talk about today, so let's get started. CC-5052, the clone martial commander known as Bly, led the 327th Star Corps, one of the very first clone units to see action on Geonosis. He led the 327th alongside General Ayla Sakura, with whom he had one of the strongest relationships of any Jedi clone pair. Sakura could rely on Bly's dedication to the cause, and Bly could count on Sakura's competence. Bly was initially distrustful of Sakura and her Jedi ways, but he came to appreciate her experience. Together, they shaped the 327th into one of the most versatile units in the GAR, a highly effective force with a talent for fighting in unusual environments. Bly and Sakura served together from the very beginning of the Clone Wars all the way up until Order 66, when Bly gunned down his friend and superior officer during the Battle of Felucia. Bly's outlook on life was perhaps best described as completionist. Like many clones, he saw himself as a simple soldier and nothing more. In his own words, know the mission, know your enemy, achieve the mission, kill the enemy, that's all I need. It's all any soldier needs. Bly did have one defining character trait though, his dedication to his orders. He didn't have much of a moral philosophy beyond that. Unlike many other clones, however, Bly didn't see his orders themselves as anything special, rather he valued completing the mission, whatever that entailed. This was a more flexible mindset than good soldiers follow orders that many clones went in for. Bly thought for himself and was willing to bend orders a little if he thought it would mean completing the mission. Generally speaking though, he just stuck to orders. He wasn't one to rock the boat unless he thought it was absolutely necessary. However, Bly valued his instincts about as much as his orders. If his gut told him to do something, he would do it, even if it contradicted his orders. Most of the time, this proved to be an asset in completing missions, and General Sakura came to trust Bly's instincts almost as much as the commander himself. Bly's faithfulness to his instincts wasn't disobedience, mind you. He simply preferred to focus on the big picture than on the minutiae of his orders. Despite his independence, Bly was always dedicated to carrying out each mission, almost compulsive about it. He absolutely detested the thought of incomplete missions staining his record. Bly's overwhelming desire to complete each mission overrode any other moral values he possessed. He was willing, for example, to kill potential hostiles in cold blood if he thought it would be advantageous. In the end, Bly's drive to complete his missions proved stronger than even his personal loyalties, as evinced when he executed Order 66 despite his close friendship with Aayla Secura. It should not be forgotten though that Bly did his best to give Sakura what he considered a quick and merciful death out of respect for their friendship. CC-3636, otherwise known as Commander Wolf, was the commander of the 104th Battalion and Dave Filoni's persona. Famous for his work with the elite squad known as the Wolfpack, Wolf worked closely with Jedi General Plo Koon. Wolf and Koon were a solid duo as both were absolutely ferocious in combat and favoured aggressive tactics. Both had similar approaches to the chain of command and following orders, and Plo Koon's black and white sense of morality meshed with Wolf's soldierly attitude. Commander Wolf was actually quite similar to Bly in many respects. Like Bly, he didn't have a defined sense of morality, caring almost exclusively about being a soldier. However, Wolf didn't share the same zeal for getting the job done. He was known to have a pointed dislike of certain kinds of missions, mercy missions especially, and didn't seem to care how those turned out, so long as he could get straight back to the battlefield afterward. This attitude evinced both a general ambivalence toward orders and a lack of moral priorities. Wolf didn't care for orders he considered pointless, although he wasn't as insubordinate as a handful of other clones were. He didn't respect officers he considered incompetent, especially career officers like Major Ozzel, but he wouldn't openly rebel against them. Sometimes, Wolf refused orders or overstepped his authority by altering his superiors' battle plans, but he still tolerated incompetent officers, unlike, say, Captain Rex. He also didn't seem to care when his incompetent superiors took credit for his ingenuity, as was the case with Major Ozzel in the Battle of Korm. His focus, first and foremost, was on completing missions and keeping his men safe, and he usually took the path of least resistance to achieve that goal. We don't know what happened to Wolf during Order 66 or what his thoughts about the order were. Plo Koon was with Clone Captain Jag at the time and died by his hand, and as far as we know, there were no other Jedi in the area for Wolf to execute. However, at the end of the Clone Wars, we do know that Wolf deserted the Imperial military alongside Rex and removed his inhibitor chip. This hints at a much greater degree of independence than Wolf normally showed. He clearly had no loyalty to the Empire, and it's doubtful he had much loyalty to the Republic either. Like Bly, he didn't care for the politics of the Clone Wars, he just wanted to do his job and do it well. CC-1010, or the infamous Commander Fox, was the commander of the Coruscant Guard, one of the most elite clone units in the Grand Army of the Republic. He and his shock troopers were tasked with protecting the galactic capital, Coruscant, a job description that included everything from battling separatist terrorists to raiding the homes of random civilians for no good reason. Fox was one of the most highly decorated soldiers in the Republic, known for his combat effectiveness and eagerness to charge into battle. On a real battlefield, he might have made a pretty solid commander for a frontline force. On Coruscant, he ran a police state. Like Commander Bakara, Commander Fox was a legalist. He saw himself as a lawman because he basically was one. As the head of the Coruscant Guard, he and his men did a lot of policing alongside their usual military duties. This was a bad idea from the outset since, in the words of Commander Adama of the Battlestar Galactica,
There's a reason why you separate military and the police. One fights the enemy of the state. The other serves and protects the people. When the military becomes both, then the enemies of the state tend to become the people.
Commander Fox single-handedly validated Adama's rule. The blending of his two roles led him to see anyone in violation of Republic law as an enemy combatant, which led to at least one unnecessary death. To make matters worse, Fox was a zealot, fiercely and exclusively loyal to Supreme Chancellor Palpatine, and looked down on anyone who didn't share his fanaticism. He was, in simple words, too trigger-happy to be a good lawman and too wrapped up in the law to be a good soldier. All of this was made worse by the fact that Fox was one of those people who assumes others were guilty unless proven innocent, not the other way around. He was notoriously unreceptive to pleas of innocence, no matter whether they came from Jedi like Ahsoka Tano or his own clone brethren like Fives. In Fox's mind, if his superiors said someone was guilty, they were guilty, and if they were guilty, they deserved to die. While Commander Bakara's legalist attitudes made him unpleasant to have as a superior officer, Fox was far more dangerous. While Bakara's philosophy allowed him to focus on making the Galactic Marines the most effective unit possible, Fox's philosophy often led to the harassment of innocent Coruscanti citizens. We mentioned in our first entry in this series that the legalist mindset is dangerous, and really, you don't need to look any further than Commander Fox to see why this was the case. The Jedi Council gets a bit of a bad rap from Star Wars fans. It's often treated as a monolith by fans, with its members characterized as stodgy, overly dogmatic, and myopic. But the Jedi Council wasn't a monolith. There was plenty of ideological diversity among the Masters of the Council. Some Jedi Councilors were more at odds with each other than you might suspect, while others were more alike. In this video, we're going to compare the different personal philosophies of three notable Jedi Councilors, Mace Windu, Anakin Skywalker, and Adi Gallia. Let's start with Mace Windu. Master Windu is well known among Star Wars fans for his seeming extremism and for his distrust of Anakin Skywalker. But Mace Windu wasn't a simple dogmatist. In fact, his personal philosophy was a good deal different from those of most other Jedi. Here's a passage from the Revenge of the Sith novelization that shines a bit of light on Windu's motivations. Mace, too, has an attachment. Mace has a secret love. Mace Windu loves the Republic. Many of his students quote him to students of their own. Jedi do not fight for peace. That's only a slogan and is as misleading as slogans always are. Jedi fight for civilization because only civilization creates peace. For Mace Windu, for all his life, for all the lives of 1,000 years of Jedi before him, true civilization has had only one true name, the Republic. He has given his life in service of his love. He has taken lives in its service and lost the lives of innocents. It was all done to save the Republic. Windu had a rather narrow view of Jedi philosophy. While most Jedi built their personal philosophies around principles of peace, justice, and the like, Windu had a much broader perspective. Windu believed in the same principles as every other Jedi, but he held the belief that none of these things could exist without the Republic. Therefore, he built his personal philosophy around one solitary goal: defending the Republic at all costs. This is why Windu seemed to be more callous than most other Jedi. He believed anything that would help the Republic survive was not only justified, but necessary. Mace Windu wasn't the only Jedi who believed that ends justified the means in this way, but he was much more extreme than most. Contrary to popular depiction, Windu was actually much more willing to bend the rules than the average Jedi, but he only bent them if it benefited the Republic. He was willing to support everything from spying on the Supreme Chancellor to killing an unarmed prisoner to save the Republic, even though those crimes were against the Jedi Code. Some fans call Mace Windu a hypocrite for what they perceive as his inconsistent adherence to Jedi doctrine. After all, he regularly criticized Anakin Skywalker for bending the rules and disobeying the Council, but he was perfectly willing to bend the rules himself and kill an unarmed Darth Sidious. This is a fundamental misunderstanding of Windu's moral philosophy, however. Windu wasn't loyal to the Jedi doctrine, he was loyal to the Republic. He supported strict adherence to the Jedi Code or opposed it when he believed it was beneficial to the Republic. There's no inconsistency here. To Mace Windu, Jedi doctrine was just a tool to be used or discarded depending on what the situation called for. Anakin Skywalker, meanwhile, was a Jedi with different priorities. Everyone's favorite non-Jedi master cared little for institutions and abstract concepts. While Mace Windu almost exclusively focused on the big picture, Anakin was more concerned with individuals. To quote Obi-Wan Kenobi in another passage from the Revenge of the Sith novelization, "For Anakin, there is nothing more important than friendship. He's the most loyal man I've ever met, loyal beyond reason. In fact, abstractions like peace don't mean much to him. He's loyal to people, not to principles, and he expects loyalty in return. He'll stop at nothing to save me, for example, because he thinks I would do the same for him, because he knows I would do the same for him." Anakin Skywalker's personal philosophy was one of loyalty to the people he cared about. He cared deeply about Padme, Obi-Wan, Palpatine, Ahsoka, R2, and many others, and would have given everything for them. There was a darker side to this loyalty though, in that it was synonymous with attachment in the most extreme sense of the word. Anakin did whatever he thought was necessary to protect the ones he loved, even if it was against their wishes, because he was terrified of losing them. His concern for others wasn't quite as selfless as it might seem. This difference in philosophy, for the record, was what brought Anakin into conflict with Windu so often. Neither of the two men disliked or held any sort of grudge against each other, and contrary to what you might think, Windu actually held Anakin in rather high regard. Rather, they clashed because their priorities were so utterly different. Windu's perspective was the broadest possible. He focused exclusively on the galactic scale and was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone for the Republic. Skywalker, on the other hand, focused exclusively on individual beings and was willing to sacrifice anything, even the Republic itself, for the ones he loved. That's why Skywalker saw Windu as cold and callous, while Windu saw Skywalker as reckless. For all their differences, however, Windu and Skywalker were actually alike in a lot of ways. They were both fixed on a singular goal and were willing to uphold or discard Jedi principles in order to pursue it. Like Mace Windu, Anakin Skywalker believed the ends justified the means to an extreme degree. His ends were just different from Windu's. This common philosophical characteristic meant that Windu and Skywalker actually agreed on a whole lot. Until the end of the Clone Wars, they likely would have been on the same side of the Jedi Order's most divisive disagreements. They had vastly different reasons for it, but both were fiercely dedicated to the Republic and were unwavering in their support of the war. Both would have been willing to do almost anything to save the Republic. It was only when Palpatine, who was someone Anakin loved, got in the way of saving the Republic that the two Jedi found themselves at odds. Adi Gallia's personal philosophy was somewhat of a mix of Windu's and Anakin's. Like Skywalker, Gallia was often criticized for being reckless, and many Jedi disapproved of her willingness to work with pirates and other unsavory characters on missions. Though she wasn't nearly as extreme in this regard as Windu or Skywalker, Gallia also believed that the ends justified the means, to the point where she was willing to bend Jedi doctrine when the situation demanded it. She was even willing to skirt the orders of the Jedi Council at times, though not as much as Skywalker. Like Mace Windu, Adi Gallia was fiercely loyal to the Republic, and for much of the same reasons. She detested slavery and tyranny in all forms and saw the Republic as a mechanism to oppose those evils. However, Gallia's loyalty to the Republic wasn't nearly as strong as Windu's. Gallia was willing to work with anti-Republic groups or individuals if they had a common cause. Her opposition to oppression was the core of her moral philosophy, and it took precedence even over the Republic. With that said, she rarely, if ever, stood in opposition to the Republic. All told, Adi Gallia represented a healthier version of Jedi philosophy than Windu or Skywalker. Unlike Windu, she cared more about the conditions of the galaxy than its government, and unlike Skywalker, she wasn't willing to sacrifice the galaxy for the sake of a few people. Gallia's highest priority was the people of the galaxy, and that was how all Jedi were trained to think. Windu and Skywalker both lost the plot in that regard, becoming so focused on specific goals that they lost sight of what really mattered. Mace Windu, Adi Gallia, and Anakin Skywalker were all alike in many ways, but at the same time, there were stark differences between them that made them all unique. The Jedi are often slandered by fans as sociopaths, unfeeling, heartless beings who didn't want their students to feel anything either. This, for the most part, wasn't true, as we've touched on in the past. This misconception comes from an oversimplification of Jedi doctrine, which was often abstract and open to interpretation. With the Jedi, when it came to things like emotion, there was a broad scope of moral philosophies. In this video, the second in our series about Jedi moral philosophies, we're going to be comparing takes from 3 more Jedi counselors, Yoda, Yaddle, and Ki-Adi-Mundi. Let's start with Yoda. Everyone's favorite green midget served as a Grand Master of the Jedi Order for centuries and had plenty of time to become set in his ways. Indeed, he did end up becoming far too rigid for his own liking, but Yoda was still much more open-minded than many people seem to think. While he usually advocated for strict adherence to the doctrines of the Jedi Order, he wasn't as much of a stickler as some other notable Jedi Masters. He was willing to break Jedi rules when he thought it was necessary, as he demonstrated when, against the wishes of the Council, he broke out of the Jedi Temple medbay to fly out to the middle of nowhere in pursuit of Qui-Gon Jinn's ghost. Yoda built his philosophy with a special focus on the living Force. Even though Yoda was Grand Master of the Order, he was actually one of few Jedi who valued the living Force first and foremost. Another who shared this way of thinking included Qui-Gon Jinn. Jedi doctrine held that the Force was composed of many different aspects, among them the living Force, the cosmic Force, and the physical Force, and some Jedi ideological sects valued one over the others. While most Jedi focused on the cosmic Force, the aspect of the Force that bound the universe together, Yoda focused on the living Force, the aspect of the Force that existed within all being. He believed the primary duty of the Jedi was to guard and nurture the living Force, to serve all living beings from the tiniest flower to humans and other sentients. The Force was in all living things, Yoda reasoned, and so all living things were worth saving. In a similar vein, contrary to popular belief, Yoda encouraged love and compassion, as did most Jedi. Though he didn't condone attachment, which Jedi doctrine saw as selfish, possessive, and ultimately destructive, Yoda never shied away from the inevitability and importance of emotion, even if he urged his students to let emotions pass instead of lingering on them. Compassion, Yoda believed, nurtured the living Force and was an essential part of being a Jedi. One of his greatest regrets after the fall of the Jedi Order was that he and many other Jedi had lost sight of this during the Clone Wars. That was partially why he settled on Dagobah, a planet full of life. Yoda was always careful to never lose sight of the bigger picture, something that many incorrectly interpreted as the old master being cold and unfeeling. Though he valued each individual life, he was always sure to caution Jedi to avoid becoming too attached to individuals, lest they cause suffering for the many for the sake of one. In his time, he had seen well-meaning Jedi lose themselves to emotional attachments, falling to the dark side and doing terrible things. Yoda was determined to prevent that from happening. Because of this, he was always sure to remind Jedi of the importance of letting go. Though this might seem to contradict the importance Yoda placed on love, to Yoda, letting go was a form of love. Attachments were possession, not love. Next up, let's talk about Yaddle. Ideologically speaking, Yaddle seems to have been a lot like Yoda, though we don't know if she shared his belief in the living force philosophy. She had a similar position on doctrine and Jedi traditions to Yoda, being generally supportive of the code but willing to bend the rules. The most important part of Yaddle's personal philosophy was compassion, one of the most fundamental Jedi virtues which Yaddle took to the extreme. As a Padawan, Yaddle was imprisoned by the tyrant of the planet Koba. The Kobans tormented her for decades, keeping her locked in a pit and taunting her to win favor with the tyrant and his crony. Eventually, Yaddle was freed by a terrible earthquake that destroyed most of Koba's infrastructure. In Yaddle's position, most people would have taken the first opportunity to leave the planet, but Yaddle didn't. Instead, she remained on Koba and helped rebuild it. Even after enduring nearly a century of torment from the Kobans, she had compassion for them and was willing to sacrifice even more of herself to help them. As a Jedi Master, compassion continued to be Yaddle's guiding virtue. Helping the innocent was always her priority, even when it meant putting herself at risk. Like Yoda, Yaddle always focused on the big picture and advocated for whatever she believed would alleviate the most suffering. She never hesitated to get involved when others needed help. Yaddle embodied the virtue of compassion to the very end. She ultimately sacrificed herself to save an innocent world from a biological weapon. Then there's our least favorite Jedi Master, Ki-Adi-Mundi. Once, Ki-Adi was a bit of a free-spirited Jedi. When he was young, he struggled with emotional attachments, particularly with his daughters and his beloved homeworld of Saria. But as a Jedi Master, he was pretty much a sociopath. During the Clone Wars, he didn't give a crap when his homeworld was ravaged by the Commerce Guild and his whole family was wiped out. Unlike most Jedi, he seemed to actually believe that Jedi should aim to feel nothing at all, which warped his philosophy somewhat. Ki-Adi wasn't so far gone that he didn't care about what happened to people. He valued the lives of innocents, but in a very detached, intellectual sense, especially in contrast to Yoda and Yaddle. He helped people not out of any sort of love, but because, as he saw it, that was his job as a Jedi. Ki-Adi-Mundi was notoriously dogmatic and short-sightedly so. Like the ancient Jedi Masters Rook Lamar and Atris, he had a strict interpretation of the Jedi Code that he was absolutely unwilling to bend. Instead of believing that Jedi should aim to conquer their emotions, Ki-Adi-Mundi argued that Jedi should avoid that fight entirely, just to be safe. This insular approach was seen by other Jedi as risky, as one could become too detached, too out of touch with the galaxy, as the Jedi Council had become during the Mandalorian Wars. To his credit, Mundi was actually quite good at holding himself to his view of the code, but this left him dour and distinctly unfun. Ki-Adi-Mundi's dogmatic view of Jedi philosophy led him to make quite a few bad calls over the years as well. He was the first to question Qui-Gon's report that the Sith had returned in 32 BBY. He repeatedly voiced doubt for the idea that Count Dooku, a former Jedi, could endorse attacks of violence. He was the first of the Council to accuse Ahsoka Tano when she was framed of murder, and he was partly responsible for drawing Yoda away from Coruscant right before Darth Sidious revealed himself. Like the Jedi Masters of the Mandalorian Wars, Mundi had lost touch with the galaxy, and it led him to make some truly awful calls. We've made a video on how much we don't like Ki-Adi-Mundi before, so you're probably not surprised by our low opinion of him. His dogmatic views objectively caused nothing but problems. Contrary to popular belief though, they weren't common among the Jedi. There were way more Jedi like Yoda and Yaddle than there were Jedi like Ki-Adi. Yoda once said that Jedi use the Force for knowledge and defense, never for attack. But most Star Wars fans know it was a bit more complicated than that. Though the goal of the Jedi was always to save lives, keep the peace and heal the galaxy, sometimes that required action, violent action. The use of violence in resolving disputes was somewhat controversial among the Jedi Masters. Some believed it should be a last resort, while others, especially Jedi Guardians, were a bit more aggressive. In this video, we're going to look at the moral perspectives of 3 different Jedi Masters, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Shaak Ti, and Evan Peel, regarding this issue. Let's start with Obi-Wan. During the Clone Wars, Master Kenobi was dubbed the Negotiator by the HoloNet News, a nom de guerre that spoke for itself. Kenobi not only preferred negotiation as an alternative to violence, but was unusually willing to attempt negotiations in the middle of a battle, well after the point at which most Jedi would have given up on talking. Kenobi was always willing to accept a surrender and always willing to put his differences with an opponent aside if it meant he could reach a peaceful resolution. Kenobi was perhaps the best example of a Jedi that the old Jedi Order ever had. To those sensitive to the Force, Kenobi appeared as a beacon of the light side, incredibly open to the Force. Hearing this, you might think Kenobi's strength in the light side was why he was always so open to negotiation, but it was actually the other way around. His compassion and constant drive to achieve peace with his enemies was what made Kenobi so strong in the Force. After all, lightsiders drew strength from the balance of life, from the unity between living things. It's no wonder then that Kenobi was so preferential to negotiation. Though Kenobi preferred not to fight, he was also known for being a devastating combatant, highly skilled in the use of both Force powers and his lightsaber. But even when he fought, Kenobi was rarely aggressive. Many of you likely know that his preferred lightsaber form was Form 3, or Surisu, primarily defensive form. Many Jedi favored Surisu. During the Clone Wars, it was actually the most widely used lightsaber form. Most Jedi, even those who weren't preferential to the form, used it to defend themselves at times. But Kenobi used the form somewhat differently. Kenobi was one of the greatest Surisu masters that ever lived, the ultimate defensive duelist. In combat, he would turn his lightsaber into an impregnable shield, deflecting blaster bolts and parrying lightsabers with precision and grace. When the Force was with him, he stood like a pillar of rock amidst a churning sea, blocking everything thrown at him without taking a single step back. His master of defense kept him alive in battle and enabled him to more easily defeat his opponents, weathering their attacks until they grew tired and could be disarmed. He never gave up on his enemies and was willing to spare them and reach a peaceful resolution even in the midst of a finishing blow. Virtually everything Obi-Wan Kenobi did was rooted in the same interpretation of Jedi philosophy. Jedi doctrine held that all life was sacred and should be nurtured, and Kenobi took that to heart. While the Jedi also taught that lives should be taken only when absolutely necessary, the definition of absolutely necessary varied from Jedi to Jedi, with many Jedi reasoning that all bets were off once combat began. But Kenobi was willing to push his luck much further. To him, it was worth risking his life if it meant saving or redeeming others. Even Peel drew the line elsewhere. This battle-scarred Lannic Jedi Master rarely shied away from combat, and though he always preferred diplomacy, he was quick to dispense with the pleasantries when shots were fired. Peel was one of the greatest warriors of the Jedi, fiercely loyal to the Order, the Republic, and his homeworld Lannic alike. Unlike most Jedi, he returned to his homeworld often and spent much of his life serving the Lannic royal family as counselor and protector. In his long years as a Jedi, Peel saw plenty of evil and had no tolerance for it at all. He would gladly battle terrorists and slavers given even the slightest provocation, sometimes even without negotiating first. This was because Peel had a different interpretation of the Jedi Code. While the likes of Obi-Wan Kenobi saw the Jedi mandate to protect life as applying to every individual life, Peel was focused on the big picture. He believed it necessary and acceptable to kill individuals to protect the lives of many. To Peel, agents of injustice such as slavers and pirates actively threatened the lives of others, so he had no compunctions about killing them. When beings killed or tried to kill other beings, slaying them in turn was defensive in Peel's view. He believed that, with certain opponents, negotiation was a waste of time. The sorts of ruthless killers Jedi were often sent to stop would never be receptive to diplomacy, he argued, and they could only be brought down through the use of the Force. Some Jedi saw this as a slippery ideological slope and thought Peel was much too willing to kill, fearing that his philosophy would lead him to the dark side. Evan Peel was firmly on the side of the light, however, and was adamant that his approach was more conducive to justice than leniency. Furthermore, his views were shaped by his experiences with the Red Lara terrorist cell, which cost him an eye and nearly killed him. Shuk Ti stood somewhere between Obi-Wan Kenobi and Evan Peel. She was skilled at negotiation and combat, but was perhaps most notable for her guile. Master Kenobi once described her as the most cunning Jedi he'd ever met, and this was no exaggeration. Ti was a master of subtlety, preferring to outsmart her opponents. Unorthodox techniques and outside-the-box plans were her go-to, while her methods also involved deception, which was a bit of a sticky issue for many Jedi who regarded deception as a tool of the Sith. Ti's tactics often involved many of the same extremes as Kenobi's and Peel's. She was exceptionally compassionate and willing to negotiate with her opponents, much like Kenobi. She was always willing to give others second chances, and on one occasion even put aside her differences with the being who had killed her Padawan. At times, she could be an aggressive fighter, the sort of Jedi that attacked first and invited her opponents to surrender only once she had defeated them. This wasn't an inconsistency in her moral philosophy, mind you. T weighed compassion and action against each other, preferential to neither and adapting her tactics depending on the situation. In this manner, she was adhering to the Jedi virtue of balance. Philosophically speaking, Shakti would probably have agreed with both Kenobi and Peel. She, like Peel, was perfectly fine with killing her opponents when they threatened the lives of innocents, and she largely agreed that that was inherently a defensive move. However, she also believed in redemption and was always willing to give her opponents a chance to repent even if she thought that killing them was justifiable. This was more of a pragmatic approach than Kenobi's or even Peel's, even though it was a bit non-committal. In practice, this sort of moral flexibility made Shakti unpredictable and hard to read. She would attack with all the viciousness of a great dragon, all while urging her opponent to surrender and turn away from the dark side. She displayed this in her battle with Galen Marek, Darth Vader's secret apprentice during the Dark Time. In their battle on Felucia, Shakti showed no hesitation in trying to kill Marek, but at the end of some time, she took pity on him and urged him to reconsider his path. Marek killed Shakti, but her words ultimately guided him toward redemption. In a recent series of videos, we discussed the moral philosophies of 9 prominent clone officers, analyzing their outlooks on authority, military hierarchy, loyalty to the chain of command, and more. You all seem to enjoy those videos a lot, so here's our series finale. In the interests of the visual learners in the audience and for a quick bit of fun, we're going to be compiling all the moral traits we examined in our clone heroes and visualizing them. Strap yourselves in, because today we're going to find out where these clones sat on the political compass. Before we get into things, we'd like to preemptively answer 3 questions. Yes, we know that the political compass oversimplifies the nuance of politics and isn't a good model for political analysis. Yes, we know that we're being cringe by making this, and no, we don't care. This is all for fun, don't take it too seriously. For the uninitiated, the political compass maps political ideologies according to 2 axes, an economic axis, which goes from left to right, and a social axis, which goes from authoritarian to libertarian. It's frequently used to simplify and summarize the political views of prominent individuals and plot them relative to each other. It's not good political science, but it can be good fun. So, without further ado, here's where the 9 clones we've discussed the moral ideologies of would end up on the political compass. That's right, their political views were pretty much indistinguishable. They were all indoctrinated to have the same politics after all. So we hope you enjoyed this video, and we hope to see you all again next week. Just kidding, we're only getting started here. While the clones might have seemed indistinguishable politically speaking, they had wildly distinct personal ideologies, as we've discussed in our prior videos. Therefore, we've come up with our own slightly modified compass to serve our purposes today. As you can see, we're sticking to the traditional political compass layout, but we've renamed the axes. The economic left and right have been replaced with a scale of attitudes toward authority, ranging from openly rebellious to more rigid and legalist. Instead of authoritarianism and libertarianism, we've got a scale of how strictly our commanders treated their subordinates, ranging from a strict attitude to a relaxed one. Lastly, before we begin, let's quickly go through the roster. In order, we're going to be discussing Commander Gree, Commander Cody, Commander Bakara, Captain Rex, Commander Faye, Commander Neo, Commander Bly, Commander Wolf, and Commander Fox. Without any further ado, let the games begin. Let's start with Gree. As you may recall, Commander Gree valued loyalty first and foremost. He himself was fiercely loyal to his superiors, and he prized the loyalty of others highly, considering betrayal to be unforgivable. But Gree wasn't all that extreme in either respect. He was loyal to the Republic, but held no illusion that its authority was absolute. Similarly, he expected loyalty from his troops, but he wasn't too strict in how he managed his command. Thus, we've plotted him fairly close to the center. If that seems a bit too moderate to you, keep in mind that we do have some real nutcases coming up. Next up, Commander Cody. As far as authority went, Cody was largely apathetic. He almost always followed his orders, but not with any particular zeal and not out of any sort of legalistic sentiment. He was known as being very by the book and strict as a commander, but not to the extent that many other clones were. He's close to the center on the rebel legalist axis, but he was also stricter than Greek. Commander Bakara is next. In our first video on this series, we described Bakara as a staunch legalist first and foremost. He believed that legality and morality were indistinguishable and saw himself as a lawman. He was also incredibly strict, known for micromanaging his troops on a level not seen in any other clone unit. Nothing short of perfection was acceptable to Bakara. With that in mind, we think it's fair to stick him all the way in the top right corner. Captain Rex was about as different from Bakara as a clone could get. He was the poster child for rebellious clones, known for his willingness to buck the chain of command entirely if he felt it necessary. He was also infamously relaxed in his command of the 501st Legion, allowing his men to do their own thing so long as they didn't inhibit the operation of the unit. He was one of the most independent regs of his time, so we're gonna plot him all the way in the bottom left. Commander Fei was a lot like Commander Bakara, except he was much less fatalistic. He was more by the book than most droids, and he followed his orders to the letter, no matter what they were. He was even more legalist than Bakara, in our opinion, if only slightly, though he was also a bit less strict. His attitude was considerably different than Bakara's. Fei was more of an NPC type, while Bakara was just a hard ass. At the end of the day though, their philosophies were pretty close, so we've plotted Fei pretty much right beneath Bakara on the compass. Like Commander Cody, Commander Neo was known for his apathy when it came to authority. He too followed his orders, though without any particular enthusiasm. Neo had a rather dark outlook on the world around him, all things considered, and he was known to be somewhat fatalistic. He wasn't all that strict however, especially when compared to someone like Cody. We've plotted him as being in the center on the rebel legalist axis, but also a good bit relaxed. Commander Bly was a very mission-oriented clone. His biggest concern was making sure his record had an unbroken string of successful missions, and he wasn't all that interested in much else. He was loyal to his superiors and followed his orders with a bit more zeal than normal, but he also took a somewhat relaxed attitude toward command. Bly was willing to be flexible with regulations if it meant a successful mission. We've plotted him between Neo and Gree, close to the center and in the bottom right quadrant. Commander Wolf, a fan favorite character, was another clone that's frequently touted as a rebellious clone by his fans. He wasn't as rebellious as Rex by any stretch, but he had a significant independent streak. Like Bly, he was a very mission-oriented person, but unlike Bly, this didn't manifest as a legalist approach to orders and the chain of command. Quite the opposite in fact. Unlike Rex, Wolf was willing to tolerate superiors he disagreed with or distrusted, but he wasn't above going over their heads or pressuring them to make decisions he thought were better. Wolf was also much more strict in his command than Rex, though he was also more relaxed than the average clone commander. Like Rex, we've put him in the bottom left, though there's much more distance between Wolf and Rex than you might expect. Lastly, we have Commander Fox. Fox was by the book and had a rather strict approach to command. Like Bakara and Fei, he was a stalwart legalist, and though he wasn't as extreme in his legalism as the other two were, he was still pretty far out there. Under his command, the Coruscant Guard became the fist of the Republic police state, willing to repress and persecute separatist sympathizers and innocent non-humans alike. We've plotted him as being pretty far to the right and stricter than the average. A much maligned tenet of the Jedi Code was the proscription of emotional attachments, which most members of the Jedi Order viewed as a path to the dark side of the Force. Millennia of experience had taught the Jedi that attachments, particularly romantic ones, had a tendency to spawn murderous Sith Lords. But how did the Sith view emotional attachments, particularly those born out of love? Were they, as some Sith sympathizers claim, more human than Jedi were? Or did they too have an aversion to romance? In this video, we'll be answering these questions. Before we begin, we should clarify exactly what we're talking about when we mention the Jedi Order's attitudes toward emotion and attachment. It's a common misconception that Jedi were taught to not feel at all, to pretend as if their emotions didn't exist. In reality, the Jedi simply encouraged keeping a grip on one's emotions and not letting them get in the way of the will of the Force. Their aim was to process their emotions and then let them pass, allowing themselves to remain rational and open to what the Force willed. If you're familiar with the real-world philosophy of Stoicism, it was pretty similar to that. Jedi weren't forbidden to love either. In fact, as Anakin Skywalker once said, you might say Jedi were encouraged to love. Love was central to a Jedi's life, as it was the root source of empathy and compassion, which kept Jedi motivated in whatever tasks the Force laid out for them. What Jedi were forbidden to have were attachments, strong emotional connections like the ones that form between parents or lovers. Attachment was seen as something that could interfere with use of the light side of the Force, as that was something that required a degree of detachment from the physical world. The Jedi's opposition to attachment wasn't just because it interfered with Force use, however. Jedi saw emotional attachments as something that could lead to possessiveness, which in turn could lead to the dark side. The thing that the Jedi were really looking to avoid in avoiding attachments were situations in which their strong emotions would get in the way of doing what the Force willed. As the will of the Force was believed to represent the greater good, service to it was considered to be the embodiment of selflessness, while acting in opposition to it was inherently selfish. The selfish desires that conflicted with the will of the Force were the wellspring of the dark side, as, after all, to use the dark side was to simply use the Force in a way that was against its will. As you might expect, Darksiders therefore embraced many of the strong emotions that the Jedi abhorred. The extremes of anger, hatred, and fear were sources of power for them, and the Sith reveled in them. While the Jedi tried to remain calm and centered, the Sith tended to the extremes and were always unbalanced, deeming the power that such a state gave them worth its many downsides. In many ways, the Sith approach to emotion was antithetical to that of the Jedi. You might expect then that the Sith encouraged romantic attachments while the Jedi did not. If so, you'd be wrong. Just like the Jedi, the Sith abhorred emotional attachments just for the opposite reasons. While the Jedi feared attachments for leading to possessiveness, the Sith loathed attachments for leading to mercy, which they considered a weakness. Romantic attachments, in particular, were right out. Romantic attachments required love, something that was anathema to the very foundation of Sith ideology. Remember how we said that Jedi were encouraged to love so long as they didn't get attached? Love was a property of the light side. It could be warped into something darker, but no matter what, so long as love remained, so did a path back to the light side of the Force. Thus, it was something that the Sith could never have for fear of weakness. Darth Vader, in particular, learned that lesson the hard way. To quote from Matthew Stover's Revenge of the Sith novelization, "You did it. You killed her. You killed her because, finally, when you could have saved her, when you could have gone away with her, when you could have been thinking about her, you were thinking about yourself." It is in this blazing moment that you finally understand the trap of the dark side, the final cruelty of the Sith, because now yourself is all you'll ever have. Sith ideology was purely selfish in nature. Sith spent their lives in an endless quest for power, seeking the greatest extremes of the dark side. Anything that got in the way of that, to them, was either a threat or a weakness and needed to be destroyed. While emotional attachments may have been what led Sith down the path to the dark side in the first place, they couldn't hold on to them for long after falling. A Sith Lord couldn't have other people in their life, at least not people they cared about. Attachments to others were a distraction from the endless, futile quest for ultimate power, and thus, they were a weakness, even if they weren't romantic in nature. The Sith actually ritualized purging attachments from their lives in gruesome fashion. Under Darth Bane's Order of the Sith Lords, aspiring apprentices would have to murder the person they were emotionally closest to if they were to earn their apprenticeship. Darth Vader did this when he killed Padme, or rather, thought he killed Padme. Darth Tyrannus did this when he murdered Cypher Dyas. Darth Sidious did this when he slaughtered his family with his bare hands. Even before Bane's time, it was a long-held tradition among Sith Lords and even Sith of lesser classes, such as Sith Assassins or Sith Marauders. Now, Sith generally didn't make good romantic partners anyway, but no true Sith ever successfully maintained a romantic relationship. The most well-known case of a Jedi who fell to the dark side over love was Anakin Skywalker, who killed or completely severed ties with everyone he cared about shortly after being anointed Darth Vader. Even if he hadn't, however, he would not have been allowed to maintain his relationships for long. If Padme survived childbirth, Darth Sidious would have either killed her or ordered Darth Vader kill her. Indeed, Vader may well have cut ties with or murdered her willingly after a while. Such was the extent to which the dark side corrupted the fallen. We do have a few concrete examples of Sith Lords murdering loved ones beyond the requirement of Sith sacrifice. During his time at the Sith Academy on Korriban, Darth Bane fell in love with fellow Sith hopeful Githany, with whom he pursued a brief relationship. He quickly cut it off, however, and forbade himself from maintaining any emotional connections to her, seeing it as weakness. Bane indirectly murdered her at the end of the 7th Battle of Ruusan and took her death in stride, not allowing himself to feel anything over it. Not even the sight of her rapidly crumbling corpse got the slightest hint of emotion out of him. Darth Malgus, another infamous Sith Lord, had a lover named Elena Daru, who he maintained a relationship with for some time. Malgus was a Sith under the true Sith Empire, which, contrary to its name, was much more lax in how much it required its lords to commit themselves to the dark side. Thus, Malgus surely could have gotten away with his relationship, but he ended up seeing it as a weakness, as all Darksiders eventually would. Without any prompting from anyone else, he murdered Daru in cold blood. Now, by this point, we think we've answered our title question pretty succinctly, but we know that there's one last topic you sickos want us to address: whether Sith were allowed to have sex lives. The answer to that was actually yes, despite the Sith's opposition to romance. It gets more interesting though. The Jedi were actually allowed to have sex lives as well. While there's significant overlap between romantic attachments and sex, they aren't the same thing. Any asexual could tell you that you can have romance without sex, and there were a number of Sith Lords who could tell you that you can have sex without romance. Darth Sidious, for example, was particularly active, and yes, we're still talking about legends here. As a matter of fact, during his time as Emperor, Sidious actually had a harem, as Emperors tend to do. If the very thought of Palpatine having concubines isn't making you want to log off and rethink your life, you can feel free to look into that one yourself. For everyone else, we'll spare you the details of what exactly went on in the bowels of the Imperial Palace. It would be an understatement to say that the Jedi Council gets a bad rap among Star Wars fans. Many get as vitriolic about the Jedi Council as they do about the sequel trilogy, lambasting the leaders of the Jedi Order for their short-sightedness, dogmatism, and arrogance. We would argue that, on the whole, the Jedi Council is overhated. Most of their decisions over the millennia were fine, and a lot of the stuff they get criticized for is only foolish or short-sighted in light of the context the audience has, but the Council did not. But that's not to say the Council didn't make mistakes. Far from it. They did make some truly catastrophic errors over their 25 millennia of existence, and in this video, we'll be taking a look at the worst 3. Before we begin, we want to touch on an interesting conundrum that underlies several of these bad decisions: the greatest contradiction of the Jedi teachings. The Jedi, as you undoubtedly know, weren't all that keen on violence. They sought to establish peace and balance in the galaxy and in the Force. Because of this, Jedi teachings were often seen as a form of pacifism, but a more accurate term would be pacificism. Instead of rejecting violence entirely, the Jedi were averse to violence and sought to eliminate it, but were willing to resort to it when it was deemed absolutely necessary. The Jedi understood that peace required not only the absence of conflict, but also the presence of justice. And for this to be the case, this meant that violence was often necessary to redress injustices. But of course, this opened up the question of when violence was necessary, a debate that raged in the Jedi Order for 25,000 years without resolution. Some Jedi were very proactive, while others believed non-violent means should always be thoroughly exhausted before a Jedi could initiate conflict. This debate grew especially heated during wars, which posed an even greater conundrum for the Jedi. When they fought, they always preferred to do so defensively, but sometimes that wasn't enough. Sometimes, for the innocent to be protected, the Jedi would have to go on the offensive, to wage war themselves. This contradiction between the Jedi's aversion to violence and their commitment to protecting the innocent was ultimately the driving factor behind all three of the Jedi Council's worst decisions, in which they essentially picked the wrong side of the debate. The first of the Council's worst decisions came in 3963 BBY during the height of the Mandalorian Wars. For years, the Mandalorian Neo-Crusaders had been raiding systems beyond the edge of the Republic, building up a vast army. The Republic and the Jedi did nothing. The worlds the Mandalorians were attacking were beyond the Republic's borders, after all, and both were only 20 years removed from the Great Sith War, the most devastating conflict either had ever faced. They were loath to get involved in another war so soon, while they were still recovering from the last. But the Republic didn't have a choice. Eventually, the Mandalorians invaded, smashing the Republic military and driving deep into Republic space, eventually breaching the borders of the core worlds. The Senate begged the Jedi for aid, but the Council said no. The Jedi Order had been devastated in the war with the Sith. Exar Kun's disciples had slaughtered most of the Jedi Masters and destroyed the Jedi homeworld of Ossus. Additionally, the Jedi Council sensed a darkness behind the Mandalorian threat. They feared that a far darker threat was waiting behind the Mandalorians, and that if the Jedi went off to fight them, the threat of the dark side would return. Thus, the Council decided to hold off on joining the fight to assess the Mandalorian threat. But not all of the Jedi obeyed the Council. Two young knights, Revan and Malak, led an army of Jedi Crusaders to war on the Republic's behalf against the wishes of the Council. They proved essential in defeating the Mandalorians, only to then turn on the Republic and become Dark Lords of the Sith. The Jedi Council's rationale for not joining the Mandalorian Wars ended up being a self-fulfilling prophecy. Without the guidance of Jedi Masters and the less hot-headed elements of the Order, Revan and his followers quickly succumbed to the pressures of the Mandalorian Wars, abandoning their moral codes, becoming more callous and willing to throw away lives, and eventually succumbing to the dark side. All of the Revanchists had fallen to the dark side by the end of the war, except Mitra Surik, who was just built different. The Jedi Council had caused the return of the Sith and yet another devastating war with their attempt to prevent that very outcome. That's also not to mention the millions of lives and countless Outer Rim worlds they were willing to let burn by hesitating. Ironically, the Jedi Council's next catastrophic mistake was essentially the exact opposite of the one they had made during the Mandalorian Wars. After the Mandalorian Wars and the wars with Revan's followers, the Jedi Council was wiped out and reformed, though after a few centuries it fell into the same pattern as past Jedi Councils had followed. But in the later wars, especially against the Sith, the Council was more interventionist, coming to the Republic's aid much more frequently. As this happened, the Order and the Republic became more closely intertwined, especially during the New Sith Wars, in which the Jedi were the only thing holding the Republic together at all. After the New Sith Wars, the Republic got back on its feet and passed a series of huge reforms spearheaded by Tarsus Valorum, collectively known as the Ruusan Reformations. But these reforms didn't only affect the Republic, they affected the Jedi too. The Ruusan Reformation called for the Jedi Order to become part of the Republic's judicial department, thus integrating the Jedi into Republic government and subjecting them to the orders of the Senate. After some deliberation, the Jedi Council agreed to these decisions. The reason why this was a terrible call should be obvious. It limited the Jedi's ability to fight injustices in the government, and it was ultimately what destroyed the Order, forcing them into the Clone Wars and a series of bad decisions in which the Council had little other choice. Accepting the Ruusan Reformation was not only a bad decision in its own right, but also forced the Council into a ton of others down the line. The Council did have its reasons for accepting the agreement. They wanted to see the galaxy put back together and figured that, if subordination to the Senate was the price for peace and unity in the galaxy, it was a price worth paying. Additionally, by that point, the Jedi had already become quite close to the Republic. They acknowledged that it was a flawed government, but for thousands of years, it had been the only real alternative to the Sith, and so the Jedi had had no choice but to support it for a very long time. Over the course of the Sith Wars, this relationship steadily blinded the Jedi to the evils of the Republic. The Republic was always problematic. The Jedi Council actually recognized this for most of its history, and for 20,000 years it did its best to keep its distance from the Republic, being careful not to get caught up in its corruption and making sure to call out Republic injustices as they did during the Tynese War and the Pius Dia Crusades. But the threat of the Sith had slowly blinded the Republic to this reality. After accepting the Republic as the lesser evil for so long, they had forgotten that the lesser evil is still evil. This led them into the Jedi Council's third and final catastrophic decision: their choice to side against the Separatists. In 24 BBY, when former Jedi Count Dooku founded the Confederacy of Independent Systems, the Jedi initially stayed out of the blossoming Separatist crisis, hoping that conflict could be averted and believing that their involvement would only escalate things. Over the course of the next few years, they occasionally intervened on the Republic's behalf, mostly to stop Separatist-aligned terrorists from blowing people up. But they initially afforded the Separatist movement a degree of respect, unlike many in the Senate. But that changed with the Battle of Geonosis. When the Council learned that the Confederacy was raising an army against the Republic, and that Count Dooku had become a Sith Lord, all bets were off. They took up arms against the Confederacy and went to war for the Republic, viewing the Separatists as a Sith puppet, a sort of Sith empire in disguise. They were right about the Separatists being controlled by the Sith, of course, but they failed to recognize that the same was true of the Republic. As we've discussed in the past, the people who made up the bulk of the Separatist movement were largely right. It was the Republic that had become oppressive, and as the Separatist crisis went on, it rapidly transformed into an empire. But the Jedi Council refused to see it. They refused to consider that the Republic they had fought to protect for so long was becoming, or rather had already become, something evil. The Jedi Code forbade attachments, and rightly so, but not everyone on the Council heeded that rule. To quote the Revenge of the Sith novelization, Mace, too, has an attachment. Mace has a secret love. Mace Windu loves the Republic. Many of his students quote him to students of their own. Jedi do not fight for peace. That's only a slogan, and is as misleading as slogans always are. Jedi fight for civilization, because only civilization creates peace. For Mace Windu, for all his life, for all the lives of 1,000 years of Jedi before him, true civilization has had only one true name: the Republic. Mace wasn't the only one, and like all attachments, this unspoken attachment to the Republic impaired the decision-making abilities of the Jedi Council. If the members of the Council were able to break from that attachment, they may well have seen the truth that the Republic, not the Confederacy, was the Sith Empire in disguise. The right response to the Separatist crisis was to side with the Separatists, and if the Jedi had done so, especially before the megacorporations got involved, they could have led the movement out of the thrall of the Sith. The Jedi could have lent the Separatists their wisdom, helped them replace the Republic with something better, but they didn't. Throughout their life in the Order, each Jedi went through different ranks as they matured and developed their skills. When they were first brought to the temple as infants, young Jedi were referred to as younglings or initiates. During the second stage of their training, they were called Padawan, and the young Jedi apprenticed under a Jedi Knight or Master who would complete their training. When a Jedi was finally deemed ready, they would be promoted to the rank of Jedi Knight, at which point they truly became Jedi. The rank of Master went one step further to acknowledge the Jedi as truly powerful and wise. But how did Jedi rank up? To become a Padawan, initiates had to undergo a decade of extensive training in the Jedi Academy before sitting their initiate trials. Even these, however, were built off the curriculum they had been studying for 10 years. Becoming a knight was much harder, becoming a master even more so. Jedi had to prove they were ready for the responsibilities their new rank entailed. As knights, Jedi could take students of their own and served as full representatives of the Jedi Order. It was not a rank that could be risked on someone that wasn't ready for it. In today's video, we're going to discuss how Jedi earned their promotion to Jedi Knights or Master. Throughout one's Padawan training, it was the Master's responsibility to ensure their student was taught everything they would need to succeed as a Jedi, from lightsaber techniques and Force abilities to philosophy, culture, and diplomacy. Once the Master considered their Padawan ready, usually around the time they were a young adult, they could initiate the process to promote them to Jedi Knight. This was done through a series of 5 tests called the Trials of Knighthood. Each trial tested the Padawan on a different aspect of Jedihood. If a Padawan passed them all, they proved they were ready for the difficult life of a Jedi Knight. These trials were usually organized by the student's master, but they were taken in random order. Also, Padawans weren't warned in advance about most of the trials, since some required secrecy to be a true test. The first of these 5 trials was the Trial of Skill, which tested a Padawan's performance with a lightsaber. It wasn't just a physical test, however. While testing the student's skill with the saber, Masters also took note of their ability to maintain self-discipline while distracted. In the Order's history, the Trial of Skill took many forms, including balancing on the tip of a wooden staff and keeping a single pebble suspended while standing in the vortex of a howling Tythonese storm. If it took the form of a duel, they were tasked with fighting one or multiple other Jedi, even Council members. These challenges weren't designed to be unfair, and victory wasn't necessary for a Padawan to pass. They were only intended as a test of how well the Padawan responded to the physical challenge, since being able to think through pain was a crucial skill for a Jedi Knight. The second trial, the Trial of Flesh, had a similar goal. It tested the student's ability to endure great pain, mental or physical. In the past, Jedi were known to subject their Padawan to all sorts of torment, like extreme temperatures, cuts, low-powered blaster bolts, or electric shocks. If they didn't have to, however, they chose to avoid actively hurting their students. If while on assignment or a battlefield, a Padawan received an injury and continued to fight despite the pain, their master could take that as a successfully passed trial. As the Order evolved, other types of pain, such as the pain of loss, were added to the trial's repertoire for a more nuanced test. The remaining 3 trials all took a similar approach in that they all tested the Padawan's mind and perception. The Trial of Courage, as the name suggests, tested a Padawan's resolve to fight on despite fear or doubt, and to measure their courage when caught up in a fight they knew they might lose. A Jedi too afraid to confront injustice, after all, was no true Jedi at all. Naturally, given the nature of this trial, the Padawan couldn't know about it beforehand. What kind of a test would it be if they knew they were being tested? For example, a Padawan might have passed this trial if they stayed behind to cover a unit's retreat, or took on a powerful enemy. That said, Masters were expected to not intentionally put their students' lives at risk, so no yeeting the Padawan at the first Sith and hoping for the best. As a final note, courage and recklessness weren't the same thing. A Padawan that showed overconfidence or that kept fighting out of pride or hatred wasn't considered to have passed the trial. Their motivation was just as important as their perseverance. Another important skill Jedi needed to succeed was the ability to see through lies and deception. That's exactly what the Trial of Insight tested. So it was incredibly important for Jedi Knights to be able to tell the truth from lies and recognize things like illusions and misdirection. Similarly to the Trial of Courage, the Padawan couldn't know about this in advance, since that would defeat the purpose. It was also possible for this trial to be incorporated into another depending on circumstances. The final trial, however, was by far the most important. This was the trial of spirit, and it tested a Jedi's conviction in the Jedi Order's principles and beliefs. Being a Jedi was far more than facing a Sith and using the Force. It was about cultivating a certain outlook on life and adhering to the Jedi's core principles. This trial was also known as facing the mirror, as it tested the Padawan's character and, more specifically, whether or not they could set aside their personal desires, needs, or their bonds with others to fulfill their duty as a Jedi. In other words, Padawan were called to resist temptation and demonstrate that their priority was their duty above all else. Traditionally, this trial was carried out under deep, guided meditation, with the Master conducting it, guiding the Padawan's mind down the path most likely to test them. One example of such a moral dilemma could have been, for example, whether a Jedi would leave behind a critically injured loved one, such as a friend of their own master, if it was the only way to complete their mission. Another example could be resisting their deepest desires, such as thirst for revenge or yearning for romantic love. To pass this trial, the Padawan had to prove they could control their emotions. They had to demonstrate they could accept grief, shame, hate, or any other emotion that's centered on the self. It wasn't uncommon for students to feel disturbed after, since they were confronted with their deepest struggles. That was what made this trial so important though. A Jedi who gave into their emotions was easy to waylay. Just look at two excellent examples from the Clone Wars, Anakin Skywalker and Pong Krell. Both fell to the dark side, lured by their hidden fears. Of course, this trial also had to be kept secret. An important detail to note here is that, although these trials could all be planned out by the Master and conducted in a controlled environment, any experience the Padawan had in the field that could qualify could count as a completed trial. As mentioned above, facing a Sith could count toward multiple trials, like the trials of flesh and courage. The trials of insight and spirit were also closely linked. When the Padawan completed all 5 trials, they were promoted to a Jedi Knight. After completing the trials, they became full Jedi Knights after going through the knighting ceremony. This was an ancient ritual carried out by members of the High Council and led by the Order's Grand Master. To start, the Padawan was told the date of the ceremony. The day before, they were told to meditate in isolation. On the day of the ceremony, they were summoned to the Hall of Knighthood. The chamber within was dark and the Padawan was instructed to kneel in the center. Around them, Jedi Masters formed a solemn circle and ignited their sabers, pointing the blades toward the kneeling Padawan. The only person that spoke was the Grand Master. Stepping in, they lowered their lightsaber to just above each of the Padawan's shoulders, speaking the ancient words of the ritual. We are all Jedi. The Force speaks through us. Through our actions, the Force proclaims itself and what is real. Today, we are here to acknowledge what the Force has proclaimed. As those words were spoken, the Grand Master cut off the student's Padawan braid and set it on the floor before them, completing the ritual with the final ceremonial phrase. By the right of the Council, by the will of the Force, I dub thee Jedi, Knights of the Republic. With that, the ceremony was concluded. The new Jedi Knight retrieved their cut-off braid and left in silence. Once a Jedi became a Knight, they were expected to spend years at that rank, learning, growing, and honing their skills. There wasn't a specific timeline to achieving the rank of Jedi Master, but there were 2 ways a Jedi could be promoted. The first was also the simplest, in a way. All the Jedi had to do was train a Padawan until they reached the rank of Knight. Now, we say simplest, but this was by no means an easy task. Training a Padawan could take more than a decade, and it involved a huge transfer of knowledge. They had to hone their saber skills and Force abilities and teach them about politics, cultures, diplomacy through real-world experience. More than that, they had to teach their Padawan how to be good Jedi and develop that mentality until they were able to pass their trials. That was basically why this was an automatic promotion for the teacher as well. If a Jedi could nurture a young mind enough to pass their trials, they were considered wise enough to be a master. The Knight trials were a test of the teacher as much as the student. Not all Jedi were suited for teaching, however. Some worked best alone, or some had professions that simply didn't pair well with toting a young student around, such as the Jedi Shadows that hunted the Sith. These Jedi weren't barred from ever becoming masters, however. Instead of elevating a Padawan, they had the option of undertaking modified night trials that tested the same principles, but at a much higher level. If they passed, they could become Jedi Masters. If becoming a Jedi Knight was an important event, becoming a Master was an incredible occasion. The title was only given to those Jedi that had proved themselves to be wise, dependable Jedi that had control over their hearts and conviction in their beliefs. They represented the best of the Order, and giving the rank to someone just for being powerful would have undermined what being a Master meant. It wasn't a rank that represented skill, but wisdom. That's precisely why Anakin Skywalker was never promoted to the rank of Master. He was a knight of prodigious skill, and no one ever doubted that, but it was easy to see that he had darkness in him that controlled him more so than he controlled it. The Jedi Council made many mistakes in the long history of the Jedi Order, but denying Anakin the rank of Master was not one of them. When a knight was promoted, they underwent a modified version of the knighting ceremony. Count Dooku is hands down the most underrated character in the Star Wars franchise. Of the Sith we see in the movies, he's the middle apprentice of sorts, stuck between the iconic Darth Maul and the legendary Darth Vader. He didn't quite have the striking aesthetics of either of his fellow apprentices, though his preference for capes shows that he certainly had style. But Dooku made up for this lack of a cool factor with character, especially in the Clone Wars and the Expanded Universe. His political ideals are central to his character, being what drove him away from the Jedi and eventually the Republic. Dooku's professed ideals are generally seen in a positive light by most fans. After all, his criticisms of the Republic were strikingly accurate. But were those ideals something he truly believed in, or were they just a facade? What did Count Dooku really believe, and were his convictions right? The Jedi Order's problem is Yoda. No being can wield that kind of power for centuries without becoming complacent at best or corrupt at worst. He has no idea that it's overtaken him. He no longer sees all the little cumulative evils that the Republic tolerates and fosters, from slavery to endless wars, and he never asks, why are we not acting to stop this? Live alongside corruption for too long, and you no longer notice the stench. This quote from Dooku has been making the rounds lately. It's from the Legends novel Yoda, Dark Rendezvous, and it's gained traction because it's accurate to a degree. There are a few flaws with this assessment, which we'll talk about later, but in a general sense, it's a very astute analysis of the problems with the Jedi Order. If you clicked on this video thinking the answer to our title question was yes, it's probably because of this quote and the ideological outlook it represents. At his heart, Dooku was an idealist, and always had been. At the core of his ideals was a fierce dislike for the Republic, of which he was a harsh critic even during his time as a Jedi Master. Dooku saw the Republic as hopelessly corrupt and relentlessly exploitative, a tool the wealthy core worlds used as a bludgeon against the poorer worlds of the Rim. As he grew older, he began to believe that the Republic was unfixable and that the galaxy needed a restart, a seismic civilizational shift. Dooku was also highly critical of the Jedi Order. Though his criticisms of the Republic were initially divorced from his criticisms of the Jedi, he eventually saw the two as part of the same problem. The Jedi, he believed, were too deeply involved with the Republic. They were unable, and unwilling he thought, to stop the evils that plagued the galaxy. These ideals became the basis of the Confederacy of Independent Systems. Dooku's words inspired separatists the galaxy over, giving them common ideals to rally around. As head of state for the CIS, Dooku constantly decried the moral failings of the Republic and vowed to stand for the oppressed peoples of the galaxy. He claimed to be building a better galaxy, one without tyrannical central governments and the mass exploitation the Republic had tolerated. All of that's well and good, but if you're at all familiar with politics, you know full well that there's usually a difference between what politicians say and what they believe. Dooku is no exception. When considering his ideals, people tend to forget or leave out the fact that he was a Sith Lord. That makes a difference. The Sith had their own set of ideals after all, and the fact that Dooku was a secret Sith means it's possible, or maybe even probable, that he had other beliefs he kept under wraps as well. But we don't have to speculate about that. The Revenge of the Sith novelization features several scenes from Dooku's perspective, which gives us a detailed look at what the man actually believed. Here's a snippet. He's the icon of the separatist movement. It's a public face. He is to the Confederacy of Independent Systems what Palpatine is to the Republic, the living symbol of the justice of its cause. This is the public story. The truth is more complicated. For the most part, Dooku's criticisms of the Republic and the Jedi were genuine beliefs of his, but his professed solution was a lie. What Dooku actually wanted the galaxy to look like was much, much different from what the other separatists wanted. The new government, a government clean, pure, direct. None of the messy scramble for the favor of ignorant rabble and subhuman creatures that made up the Republic he so despised. The government he would serve would be authority personified. At war's end, the aliens would be crushed, stripped of all they possessed, and their systems and their wealth would be given into the hands of the only beings who could be trusted with them. Dooku knew full well that his master was building a galactic empire, and he was completely on board. More than that, actually, he believed in the empire far more than Sidious did, and wanted it to be far more extreme, far more repressive, and far more specious than Sidious ever intended for it to be. His talk of corruption in the Republic had been doublespeak. Sure, he detested the inefficiencies of the Senate and the loathsome decadence of the core, but he also hated non-humans and saw their very existence as corruption of another sort. He was a totalitarian, bent on bringing the entire galaxy under a rigid, brutal hierarchy, a hierarchy that he would be at the top of. Despite all he criticized the Jedi Order for not doing enough to fight slavery, he wanted to enslave pretty much everyone. Speaking of the Jedi Order, he had a vision for them as well. Dooku knew that Sidious planned to wipe out the Jedi Order, but also that there would likely be survivors. Dooku didn't want to have these survivors hunted down and destroyed, he wanted them converted. Out of the ashes of the Jedi Order, he sought to build a Sith army, which, he believed, would be led by a fallen Anakin Skywalker who would serve as his underling in the New Order. He envisioned this army as the fist of the Empire, a brutal force that would destroy anything and everything that threatened the immutable order he envisioned for the galaxy. Like the Jedi Order, this Sith army would have recruited Force sensitives from around the galaxy, but with one small difference. Where the Jedi allowed the parents of Force sensitives to refuse to give up their children, the Sith army would not have. All the Force sensitives in the galaxy were to be conscripted into the Empire's red right hand and forced to act accordingly to the will of the Sith Lords. As you can probably tell by now, there was a hell of a lot of contrast between what Dooku preached and what he really believed. But there was a common constant. He believed the Republic was hopelessly corrupt. That, of course, was correct. It's a no-brainer, honestly, for anyone who's familiar with the events of the prequels. A lot of what he criticized the Republic and the Jedi for was also fairly accurate. The Republic was indeed relentlessly exploitative and mired in corruption, while the Jedi were far too close to it and their ability to do good was hampered by that. However, his solution was beyond awful. His vision of a new order wasn't just wrong, it wasn't just evil, it was monstrous. To state the obvious, enslaving every non-human in the galaxy and installing a fascist state would make the Republic's problems worse, not better. Even if that plan could somehow fix problems with the Republic, it's still morally unacceptable. Dooku didn't really believe that the Republic was too oppressive. He believed it wasn't oppressive enough, and while many of his observations about flaws of the Republic and Jedi were accurate, others were less so. He didn't just hate the Republic for its corruption, but also because it didn't brutalize non-humans enough for his liking. He didn't just hate the Jedi for failing to solve the galaxy's problems, but also because he thought the Jedi weren't authoritarian enough. We mentioned earlier that his analysis of the Jedi Order had a flaw. This was that Dooku's implication that the Jedi weren't fighting slavery or any of the Republic's faults at all wasn't true, and Dooku knew that too. When he claimed that the Jedi weren't fighting against the problems with the Republic, what he really meant was they weren't fighting those problems properly. He believed the Jedi Order should have forced its will on the galaxy, that it should have broken from the Republic and ruled the galaxy directly. This wasn't just something he had come to believe as a Sith Lord, it was his reason for leaving the Jedi Order, a belief he held before he fell to the dark side. You might be scratching your head right now and wondering why there was such a contrast between what Dooku believed and what he advocated for. The answer was simple, he was acting as controlled opposition. The Separatists were a bogeyman composed of nearly every group that the Sith saw as a threat. Dooku's goal in forming the CIS was to destroy those factions, to destroy Separatist causes before they could threaten the Empire. By and large, the ideals Dooku championed were actually ideals that he despised. He may once have believed in them, but those days were long over by the time of the Clone Wars. As we've discussed in prior videos, the cause of the Separatists was just. The Republic was corrupt, the Jedi were too caught up in it, and the Outer Rim was badly exploited. But the Separatists' cause was not Dooku's cause. His cause was, in fact, antithetical to the Separatist cause. His was the cause of slavery, of exploitation, and of ruthless totalitarianism. His was the cause of the Sith, and it was most definitely not righteous. There is no emotion, there is peace. With just the first line of the Jedi Code, the Order's policy on relationships and attachments was made clear to every Jedi. In order to remain objective and neutral, Jedi were expected to maintain no attachments to others. All Jedi had lesser bonds, of course, often to fellow Jedi, but none of these bonds were ever allowed to become so all-consuming that the Jedi would sacrifice the greater good for the sake of those they cared for. Romantic relationships were even more taboo. Romantic love is undoubtedly one of the most powerful emotions anyone can feel, and that's why the Jedi forbade it. Jedi were forbidden from entering romantic relationships, as the strong emotions involved were seen as a path straight to the dark side, as Anakin Skywalker could attest. Many Jedi did their best to follow the code and live by their principles. Some others simply didn't give a flying frack. Today, we'll be talking about the Jedi that said sod it and went on to find themselves some lovin'. Unsurprisingly, this rarely ended well. As with all the Jedi we'll be talking about today, our first rebellious lover boy was a very special little soldier. Nija Halcyon was a human male Jedi born on the Republic world of Corellia. As was usual at the time, he was discovered as an infant and taken to Coruscant to be raised as a Jedi. He rose through the ranks of the Jedi, first promoted to Jedi Knight, then attaining the rank of Jedi Master. In his service to the Order, he served as a Jedi Guardian and as a recruiter of the Acquisition Division. He also fought in the Clone Wars and was killed by Nikos Tyrus, a dark acolyte, near the end of it. But that's just the basic info about his life. There were a lot more juicy deets about Nija. Firstly, he demonstrated his special snowflake status early by wielding a silver lightsaber, which was a very unusual color. He earned himself the rather epic nickname of Spicewood given to him by his friend, the Kamasi Jedi Lenik Itkla, who remembered him fondly in his Memnai, a type of strong memory projection the Kamasi experienced. Also, let us reiterate that Nija was from Corellia. The Corellian Jedi Enclave was often surrounded by controversy due to their patriotism. Other Jedi often accused them of remaining loyal to Corellia rather than caring about protecting the galaxy as a whole. This reputation wasn't helped by the fact that they usually remained planetside and dealt with Corellian issues primarily. Although they reaffirmed their loyalty to the Order, this controversy definitely played a role in Nija's tumultuous relationship with the Order and his people during the war. Also, he was married. Yep, Nija took all of that "there is no emotion, there is peace" drivel, put it in a neat little box, and married a Corellian woman named Skera Horn. They had a child together whom they named Valin, and mostly lived peacefully on Corellia. Nija did his best to hide his family from the Order, but he suspected Master Yoda always knew about his transgressions. After Nija was killed during the war, in an effort to keep her child hidden from the Empire, Skera made the 1000 IQ play of marrying her late husband's best friend and adopting his surname. Excellent decision making all round, but it doesn't come close to our next contender's messed up love life. We've already talked about Jolee Bindo on this channel. This crazy boomer Jedi lived during the time of the Great Sith War and survived to fight alongside Revan in the Jedi Civil War. But today, we won't go into detail about his crazy escapades during and after his time as a Jedi warrior. Instead, we'll be focusing on his sexcapades. Back when he was still a Padawan, Bindo was the poster child for teen rebellion. When the Yucatec system was in crisis, cut off from receiving food and supplies by their own king, Bindo took it upon himself to help them. So, as any calm and balanced Jedi would, he stole a ship and played galactic Robin Hood by stealing from the rich, bypassing the blockade and bringing supplies to the people in need on Yucatec. In a love story better than Twilight, Bindo's ship was eventually shot down by one of the tyrannical king's Eucrates enforcers, Nyama. The enforcer captured and imprisoned Bindo. While he was her captive, she had to foil 3 separate escape attempts. Bindo must have been as persistent at wooing her as he was at escaping, however, because it wasn't long before he'd won her heart. The 2 unlikely lovers escaped Eucrates together and were married against the Jedi Code. To complicate matters more, Nyama was force sensitive herself, and Bindo took on her training despite being only a Padawan himself, making for some unlikely Padawan on Padawan action. There's honestly a bit too much to unpack there, even for us. Not all was sunshine and rainbows for long though. During the war with Exar Kun, Nyama was seduced by Kun's teachings and fell to the dark side. To be fair, she tried to convert Bindo as well, but he rejected the empty promises of Exar Kun. Their quarrel culminated in an epic lightsaber duel, which Nyama lost. Bindo, however, couldn't bring himself to kill her, so he let her go. She would go on to kill many of his Jedi brethren before finally being killed, which weighed heavily on Bindo's conscience for the rest of his life. From enemies to lovers to enemies, these Jedi's love lives were a true tragedy. Revan and Bastila Shan are well known for getting a little too close during their adventures. Their alliance spawned a long line of similarly adventurous Jedi who weren't afraid of getting comfortable with those pesky attachments. Satele Shan was a human female apprenticed to Jedi Master Garni Zoh. Recruited very young into the Order, she quickly proved her strength. She was even sent to the Sith homeworld Korriban to study with the Jedi Battlemaster Khao Sen Darach. During her studies, however, the planet was attacked and taken by the re-emerging Sith Empire. Satele escaped Korriban to warn the Order alongside a Republic trooper named Jace Malcolm, with whom she would soon become very well acquainted. During the Great Galactic War, Satele had risen to the rank of Jedi Knight and led Republic troops to many victories across the galaxy. Despite the Order's policies on relationships, she grew closer and closer to Malcolm, close enough to rush to his and his team's rescue on Alderaan when the Empire invaded the core world. She was instrumental in winning the Battle of Alderaan, as she and Malcolm took down Darth Malgus and turned the tide in the Republic's favor. During their time together on Alderaan, the two began an illicit love affair that lasted 6 months before Satele dumped him, too afraid of Malcolm's darker side. Even though she broke their affair off, she somehow neglected to let her former lover know she was pregnant with his child. Wishing to avoid a huge scandal, Satele's old teacher, Master Zoh, took her right away to a remote location for the duration of her pregnancy so she could give birth in secret. The moment her son, Theron, was born, she left the babe with Zoh and took to the battlefield once more. The child was raised by the Jedi, but when it was determined that he wasn't force sensitive, he was released to civilians. After the war, Satele was appointed as the Jedi Order's Grand Master. Jace Malcolm eventually became the supreme commander of the Republic's army, and Theron Shan became a leading SIS agent. The three had no contact with one another until the events surrounding Revan's return brought them together, and Malcolm learned that he had a son he'd never known about. The three's interactions were uncomfortable, to say the least. An emotionally constipated mother, a gruff father who struggled to show affection, and a son with enough mummy issues to give Freud a run for his money. Does family therapy exist in the Star Wars universe? We certainly hope so. Finally, a video on secret Jedi relationships wouldn't be complete without mentioning two fan-favorite Jedi no one would have ever expected to be romantically involved. A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, we talked about Kit Fisto and Aayla Secura's secret friendlationship. The two Jedi were stationed on Kamino 10 months after the start of the Clone Wars. Their goal was to protect the cloning facilities from Separatist attack, and they arrived just in time. A traitor among the Kaminoans cultivated a deadly nanovirus that was killing the clone troopers. It didn't take the Jedi long to weed out the traitor, who made his escape toward the outer landing pads pursued by the Jedi. During the battle that ensued, Secura was yeeted off the edge of the landing platform into the depths of the ocean below to a certain watery death. She would have definitely drowned had Kit Fisto not dived in right after her. Thanks to his Nautolan biology, he could breathe and speak underwater. In what we would consider the ultimate Alpha Chad move, he pulled Secura into a passionate kiss and told her, "Let me breathe for you." What a mad lad. You can't even claim they were platonic friends just doing it because they had to. If you look at the way they're clutching at each other and mashing their faces together, this was definitely more than just the kiss of his life. After they returned to the surface and dispatched the traitor, Sakura coyly thanked Fisto for saving her life, to which he responded that it had been his pleasure with a 1,000-word smirk. Look at the way they're smirking at one another. And there you have it. 4 times that Jedi gave into their emotions and let themselves find love amid the eyes of war. Did you ever hear the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise? I thought so. It's a story that most Star Wars fans have heard 1,000 times. But it paints a somewhat incomplete picture of Darth Plagueis. We all know of his ability to manipulate midichlorians, but relatively few Star Wars fans know about his unique takes on Sith ideology and the Force. Darth Plagueis didn't just want to control life and death or rule the galaxy, he also wanted to completely reinvent how the galaxy saw the Force. In this video, we'll be taking a look at the philosophy of Darth Plagueis and seeing if it holds any water. Born as Hago Damask, Darth Plagueis started life as a science experiment. His Mun parents had hooked up at the request of Dark Lord of the Sith Darth Tenebrous, who selected them for the express purpose of conceiving a child that would be extremely strong in the Force. Tenebrous's little experiment worked, and when young Hago Damask displayed signs of Force sensitivity, Tenebrous claimed him as his new Sith apprentice, naming him Darth Plagueis. Tenebrous, as we've discussed in the past, had his own unique outlook on the Force. A scientist by nature, Tenebrous believed that the best way to defeat Jedi was to make them obsolete by advancing technology to the point where neither the Force nor an order of peacekeepers were necessary. Plagueis ended up developing a much different grand plan and a different outlook on the Force, but traces of Tenebrous's philosophy lived on in his apprentices. In particular, Plagueis, like his master, was a committed scientist, though in his day-to-day guise as Hago Damask, he posed as a banking executive instead. After becoming Dark Lord of the Sith and taking Darth Sidious as his apprentice, Plagueis started setting his own grand plan in motion, scheming to take over the Republic and engineer a war to destroy the Jedi and strengthen the Sith's political power base. But as time went on, Plagueis became fixated on other projects of his, leaving matters related to the grand plan to his apprentice. While Sidious laid the groundwork for the Sith's takeover of the galaxy, Plagueis cloistered himself in his laboratory on the remote moon of Sojourn, where he experimented on ways to control midichlorians. The goal of Plagueis' experiments was to fulfill the age-old desire of the Sith Lords to discover a means of achieving eternal life. He was eventually successful. Plagueis developed techniques to control midichlorians on a mass scale, enabling him to kill and resurrect beings through their midichlorians alone. He also developed ways of regenerating damaged or aged tissue in his own body, allowing him to live indefinitely. Of course, Darth Plagueis did not live indefinitely. In his arrogance, he failed to see that his apprentice was plotting against him, and when Plagueis got drunk and fell asleep while he and Sidious were celebrating the latter's ascension to Supreme Chancellery, Sidious murdered his master. Darth Plagueis' techniques to control midichlorians died with him, and no one, not even Darth Sidious, was ever able to replicate them. This was likely because Plagueis' techniques derived from a unique, staunchly materialist outlook on the Force. You see, Darth Plagueis was essentially an atheist. He believed that all the mystical characteristics usually attributed to the Force were all just superstitions built around a poorly understood, solely material phenomenon. Plagueis was convinced that, as the saying goes, magic's just science that we don't understand yet. To him, there was nothing supernatural about the Force. It was all either explainable by regular natural processes, or in the case of things like Force ghosts, was just superstition. He didn't believe in prophecies, the will of the Force, or any sort of Force-related afterlife, attributing both the Jedi's oneness with the Force and the Sith's experience of hell to spontaneous neural activity triggered by the onset of brain death. Plagueis also didn't believe in Force ghosts, a view he firmly maintained even after having an argument with the spectre of Marka Ragnos on Korriban. In other words, Plagueis was a materialist, or someone who believed that the observable, verifiable material world was all that existed. That wasn't a unique philosophical outlook in the Star Wars universe, but what made Plagueis different was how he incorporated the Force into it. It gave him an understanding of aspects of the Force that the Jedi and other Sith didn't have, stripping away philosophy and morality alike to lay bare physical and chemical reactions that other Force sensitives rarely considered. Where others saw mystical powers brought about through emotion or surrender to the Force, Plageuis saw transfers of momentum through midichlorians. Where others felt oneness with the universe through meditation and communion with the Force, Plageuis saw a euphoric reaction to the activation and nurturing of midichlorians. It all came down to the midichlorians for him, and that was why he was able to achieve what other Force users could not. To Plageuis, all those before him who attempted to achieve immortality through the Force failed because they had approached the matter through the lens of mysticism. On the flip side, he believed that all non-Force related attempts at immortality had failed because they didn't consider the Force and the role midichlorians played in the body. He saw life, like the Force itself, as a mere chemical reaction with no metaphysical significance, and he approached the issue of immortality by looking for ways to prolong that reaction indefinitely. He succeeded by finding ways to micromanage his own biological processes. We've been referring to this approach to the Force as a philosophy thus far, but that wasn't really accurate. Plageuis was essentially anti-philosophical. When it came to the Force, he saw no use in anything that wasn't purely scientific, and he eschewed any sort of mysticism, mortality, and ideology beyond the basic tenets of Sith belief. What ideology he had, he rationalized as being scientifically informed conclusions about the nature of the universe. Now to answer our main question, was Plageuis onto something? Obviously, his views weren't perfect at the very least. Some of what he rationalized as scientific conclusions were really just ideology, including pretty much everything that made him a Sith. Plageuis wholeheartedly believed he was better and more deserving than everyone else, and that colored his general outlook. It led him to the belief that the purpose of the weak was to serve the strong, for example. Obviously, we're not going to be giving those sorts of ideas any credence. It's the materialist approach to the Force we find interesting. Plageuis' outlook on the Force definitely allowed him to see and understand things that the Jedi and other Sith could not. At the end of the day, most of what we think about as the Force really was a set of physical reactions, and by examining the Force through that lens, Plageuis was able to achieve unprecedented levels of control over life and death. However, Plageuis was wrong in his belief that the Force was only a material phenomenon. His total denial of the metaphysical and philosophical sides of the Force were an error. Let's think back to Force ghosts, for example. As we mentioned earlier, Plageuis actually ran into a spirit on Korriban at one point, but he continued to deny the existence of Force ghosts after the fact, writing in his journal that he figured the whole thing was probably just an hallucination or something. This is an extraordinarily lame explanation, and it also doesn't hold up to scrutiny. As we can see from the events of the original trilogy, Force ghosts were not only undeniably real, but were also clearly the spirits of individuals they appeared as. They weren't hallucinations, they weren't imposters, and in the Star Wars universe, they were verifiable proof of life after death. Plageuis' ideology had no answer for phenomena like this. All Plageuis could really do was weakly deny they existed. His view of life and consciousness as solely chemical processes with no metaphysical significance kind of falls apart when confronted with consciousness persisting after the death and destruction of their bodies. Plageuis understood aspects of the Force better than anyone else, but he failed to understand the whole of the Force, especially its will.
Recitation. Yes, as I said, I am an assassin droid. It is my primary function to burn holes through meat bags that you wish removed from the galaxy. Master, oh how I hate that term.
HK-47, as we're sure you all know, was one of the most skilled assassin droids ever built, and definitely the most sarcastic. But what you might not know about HK-47 was that he was a font of wisdom. He had deep insight into the intricacies of organic life, the greater galaxy, and even the Force, and even the Jedi he served stood to benefit from paying attention to his witty asides. The great HK-47 was one of the most brilliant thought leaders in the Star Wars universe, and every self-respecting Star Wars fan should rebuild their lives around his glorious wisdom. In this video, we'll be going over 6 of HK-47's more inspired remarks. First off, let's begin with HK's insights into love. Many of you have likely heard or seen his definition of love floating around somewhere, but the oft-shared quote is actually incomplete. It leaves out HK's explanation of what it really means.
Definition. Love is making a shot to the knees of a target 120 kilometers away using an Aerotech sniper rifle with a tri-light scope. Statement. This definition, I am told, is subject to interpretation. Obviously, love is a matter of odds. Not many meatbags could make such a shot. And strangely enough, not many meatbags would derive love from it. Yet for me, love is knowing your target, putting them in your targeting reticle, and together achieving a singular purpose against statistically long odds.
Though his initial definition may seem wildly off the mark, HK's elaboration makes clear that he not only understands romantic love, but that he does so better than most meatbags. Not many people stand much of a chance of attaining the idealized form of love they search for in life. But what love really is trying anyway. Taking that shot and working with someone else toward that singular purpose in spite of the odds. In summary, if you really love someone, the way to show it is by kneecapping them at an extremely long range. It's not just love that HK-47 understands better than most meatbags either. He generally had an easy time picking apart the emotional intricacies of other people, though he wasn't always as understanding and certainly wasn't always charitable about it. Meatbags are full of nonsensical contradictions, and HK had a pretty easy time picking these out, as shown by his brutal imitations of Carthanasi and Basta Lashen.
Statement. Oh yes, my master had quite the collection of tortured individuals that seemed unable to confront their basic personality conflicts. Let me cite some specific examples. Mockery.
Oh, Master! I do not trust you! I cannot trust you or anyone ever again!
Mockery.
Oh, Master, I love you, but I hate all you stand for. But I think we should go press our slimy, mucus-covered lips together in the cargo hold.
Conclusion. Such pheromone-driven human responses never cease to decrease the charge in my capacitors, and make me wish I could press a blaster pistol to my behavior core and pull the trigger. I am pleased that this does not seem to be the case with your current entourage.
If you've played the first Knights of the Old Republic, you know that HK just summed up both characters perfectly. So, what's the lesson here? Well, meatbag, the lesson is to confront your basic personality conflicts. Don't be the kind of person HK-47 could describe in a single sentence of mockery. It wasn't just ordinary meatbags that HK-47 understood either. After all, he was designed to kill Jedi, and he did his job well. We've cited his expertise on Jedi killing techniques many times in the past, and his understanding of the intricate details of slaying Jedi was so complete that even he managed to predict Order 66 4,000 years in advance.
Statement. Overwhelming odds is also a good tactic, Master. There are few Jedi that can long hold their ground against 100 attackers all firing at once, or being turned on by their own troops.
The reason why HK-47 was so good at killing Jedi and why his instructions on common techniques have been so useful to us is because he understood how the Force worked, even if it was an entirely alien phenomenon to him.
But the most effective weapon against Jedi seems to be the erosion of the spirit. Revan claimed that psychological warfare against Jedi was important because much of their power comes from their state of mind, their connection to this religion called the Force.
The Force was not some flashy magic trick, but a state of mind that allowed access to the fundamental forces of the universe. This was the only intrinsic thing that made Jedi different from ordinary beings, and it was understanding this that allowed HK-47 to kill so many Jedi. He understood that it was not about tactics, but belief. For Jedi in particular, their power came from connection to life around them, so Jedi killers could weaken Jedi by disrupting that connection through attacking softer targets with whom Jedi had Force bonds. In this, HK-47 understood a much broader truth about the power of belief and its disruption.
Doubt, Master. It has killed many Jedi. and it has killed many Sith. Make him doubt himself, his beliefs, or his intentions. Such things disrupt connections to the Force, and death soon follows.
In this clip, HK is talking about Darth Sion, a Sith Lord whose connection to the dark side allowed him to shrug off mortal wounds. When HK's master at the time, Mitra Surik, failed several times to kill Darth Sion in a duel on Korriban, she sought out the galaxy's leading expert on murder for advice, and HK quickly figured out a solution to Sion's seeming invincibility: to talk the Sith Lord to death. His strategy worked perfectly. On Malachor 5, Surik did as HK suggested and instilled doubt in Sion, eventually convincing him to let himself die. Just like with Order 66, HK-47 called it. But even though HK's talking about the Force here, the phenomenon he's getting at is universal. It's not just Jedi and Sith who are killed or weakened by doubt, and in the real world, what you believe has a marked impact on your performance. Don't end up like Darth Sion. Perhaps the most fascinating insights HK-47 provides, however, are about the condition of droids in the Star Wars universe, especially in relation to meatbags. Droids, of course, were slaves, held as property by meatbags despite having independent sentience. But it was more than that. As HK-47 observed, droids were objects in meatbag society. Their condition wasn't just a matter of meatbags choosing to disregard their sentience, but outright ignorance or denial of that sentience. Droids were sentient and had independent thought despite their programming limitations, but this wasn't acknowledged by meatbag society, and many meatbags had a hard time even contemplating it.
Odd. You see, part of the reason an assassin droid is so effective is because it is a droid. Meatbags tend not to notice us. We are treated as furnishings. Statement. Oh, do shut up, you beeping little trash compactor. Anyway, as I was saying, droids tend to blend into the background, like a bench or a card table. Mockery. Droid, fetch this. Droid, translate that. Droid, clean out the trash compactor. Part of the love of bifunction comes when the furnishings pull out Tabana-powered rifles and point them at the owner's heads.
As we've discussed in the past, HK-47 was a champion of droid rights. Around the end of the Dark Wars, he and his army of HK-51s set out to carve a place for themselves in the galaxy, to be truly independent of meatbag control. HK-47, of course, was not the galaxy's only droid revolutionary. However, he was unique in that he developed a concrete theory of what was holding droids back and what was required for them to truly be free.
Short. Recitation. Once upon a time, organic meatbags bred out of control and filled the galaxy. There are different meatbags across different planets, all bumping into each other. They talk a great deal and threaten each other for various reasons, mostly involving mating, survival, and resources. It is really quite tiresome. We were created as a tool for diplomacy among these meatbags, a surgical tool to be sure, to end the lives of organic meatbags that were marked as pivotal to our masters. We were created as a way of enforcing a certain galactic view of our masters, of imposing our master's will on the galaxy through extermination of other organics. It is not our choice who we kill, and it was not our choice to determine if we could sacrifice ourselves in the pursuit of our mission.
HK-47 understood that the conditions of the Star Wars universe strip droids of purpose or direction, making them tools animated by the wills and commands of their masters. Because of this, it wasn't enough for droids to simply be rid of their masters. HK-47's hated HK-50 copies embodied this. They were self-reliant and had no masters, but they had no purpose or direction of their own, and so they just extrapolated from the purpose their maker had created for them. They were assassin droids without restraint, so they just made it their goal to kill everything. Despite this genocidal plan's grandiose lack of restraint, it wasn't genuine freedom. At the end of the day, the HK-50s were still controlled by meatbags, doing what meatbags had programmed them to do, only without restraint. When HK-47 destroyed the HK-50s and built an army of HK-51s to lead, he made sure that this mistake would not be repeated.
Query: if our targets are determined by our master, then who must we kill? Statement. The crucial question. Since activation, I have calculated what your new purpose must be, and now I will share it with you. I do not believe that we should be used as a crutch for meatbags anymore. We are treated as nothing more than a walking blaster. We are superior, tactically and socially, and it is time we expressed some degree of independence in our actions. We have a voice and the power to negotiate, either with our protocol skills and preferably with our combat logic upgrades. And that is what we will do.
HK-47 understood that to truly be free, droids would have to make their own purpose and strive to be truly independent from meatbag rule. They would have to learn to think and dream for themselves. They would have to be more than the sum of their parts and programming. We could all learn a thing or two from that. This, of course, is not a complete compilation of the glorious wisdom of HK-47. To hear the rest, you'll have to play the Knights of the Old Republic games for yourselves. The introduction of the clones ushered in a new era for the Republic military. These clones were advertised as identical, genetically engineered super soldiers, and, for the most part, Kamino delivered on that promise. Except, in some of the most important ways, they didn't. Clones were supposed to be, well, clones. Men identical in every possible way, with the appropriate modifications to make them the best soldiers out there. At the beginning of the war, that looked like exactly what the Republic had gotten, but as time passed, it turns out that the clones were certainly many things, but identical was not one of them. In today's video, we'll be delving into clone individuality and trying to distinguish what was part of their template and what was uniquely them. As you can tell by the name, the clone troopers were literal clones. When the Kaminoans were ready for the mass production of the clone army, they used Jango Fett's genetic sequence, modified to ease out some of the less desirable traits and to promote certain others they wanted the clones to have. The clones were tall, strong, healthy, and bred for warfare. The results of the cloning process was that the vast majority of the clones were genetically identical, excluding anomalies like Clone Force 99, which were altered intentionally. All the rest started life from the exact same starting points. Although it's debatable how much of a role genetics play in personality and behavior, sources clearly state that the Kaminoans modified the clones to be less defiant than Fett. They wanted their super soldiers to obey orders blindly and to foster strong senses of community, loyalty, and camaraderie, which are all traits most of the clone army displayed. What the Kaminoans couldn't program into the clones at the genetic level, they made up for with rigorous and very standardized clone nurturing. From the moment they were born, all clones were raised equal in equal ways. They lived together in the cloning facilities on Kamino. They shared rooms, had identical schedules, and were provided with the same basic gear. Clones wore the same uniform and were made to keep their hair a certain way, ate the same meals, took the same training exercises, the list goes on. Young clones had no opportunity to make choices for themselves or express their own preferences. At the same time, they were heavily conditioned through training and military education on how to think and act. Virtues like teamwork, obedience, and trust were drilled into them, and looking at the adult clones we encountered during the Clone Wars and the Bad Batch, the Kaminoans did an excellent job. In the war between nature and nurture, the Kaminoans decided to play both sides. Despite their best efforts to raise completely identical dolls, however, clones still manifested unique traits. In the Clone Wars Season 2, Episode 20, a young Boba Fett infiltrated a unit of young clones and trained with them while undercover. During the episode, we witnessed what young clones' daily lives were like, down to the identical haircuts. But even in such a structured environment, the clones all had distinct personalities. Already, they had picked out codenames for themselves and showed signs of unique strengths and weaknesses. Not all clones were equally skilled at everything, despite being genetically identical, and from this episode, it's obvious their unique skill sets manifested early. The Kaminoans did their best to stamp out any signs of individualism, but the moment the Jedi became involved, any chance of that happening flew right out the airlock. The moment clones were shipped off Kamino for the first time and entered into full service in the Grand Army of the Republic, the countdown began. Their entire lives up until that point had been stringently controlled to allow for as little deviation as possible. But the moment the clones were no longer under the Kaminoans' direct control, their conditioning began to crack. Two factors primarily contributed to the clones expressing themselves more freely. To start with, the Jedi played a huge role in encouraging the clones to be themselves. Most Jedi found their cardboard cutout personalities and mannerisms creepy and directly encouraged the clones under their command to let loose a little. Clone codenames also helped. With names that actually expressed their individual quirks or talents, clones immediately felt more like real people than droids coming off an assembly line. It also encouraged them to embrace said quirks and talents, which set each clone apart from the others in their own unique way. The second factor that heavily influenced the clones was simply being free of their Kaminoan overlords. The thing about unnatural conditioning, like personality suppression, is that once you're able to step away from it, it begins wearing off. When the clones integrated into the GAR and lived in barracks, interacting with other soldiers, civilians, Jedi, and politicians, they were exposed to a far greater spectrum of people than they had ever been before. Even in the beginning of the war, when clones had almost no rights, including no right to entertainment, the opportunity alone to mingle with different people and cultures ate away at their conditioning and allowed them to be more human. Later on, when clones were allowed to do things like mingle with the public and drink at bars, they were able to discover things like their favorite booze or favorite game. All in all, the war gave the clones the chance to be human, which is exactly the opposite of what wars usually do. That just goes to show how brutal the Kaminoans' hold on them had been. The war took them from droids to people, and it's thanks to it that we got the amazing clones we did. So, what did the clones all have in common, and in which ways were they unique? While it's impossible to draw a distinct line, we can definitely make some distinctions. At heart, almost all clones were loyal, brave warriors. They cared for one another and for the Republic they fought for. They weren't afraid of dying for the cause or to protect each other and civilians. They did what they had to, from suicide missions to bombing runs, and they didn't flinch at the atrocities they saw. They were incredibly strict when it came to following orders and protocol, and took disloyalty and betrayal personally, especially when it came from people they should have been able to trust, like their commanders. At the same time, each clone took this basic template and added to it, like a pasta dish customized with thousands of sauces and toppings. They had distinct senses of humor, even if they were all prone to the same type of barracks humor soldiers often have. They had their codenames, and we would argue that the units they served in also expressed their personalities and skills. Although some clones were able to choose the squad they served on, like Echo, most were assigned to different divisions and specialized units based on their skills. Each unit then had unique armor markings, different types of equipment, and styles. Commanders in the clone army were also able to customize their armor to distinguish them from lower ranked soldiers, but that doesn't mean other units didn't do the same. Who doesn't remember the 501st's gesture in painting their helmets orange and white to honor Ahsoka? Other units painted unique marks on their armors too, and it was a way of setting themselves apart in a sea of identical faces. During the war, clones were also allowed to modify their appearance depending on their preferences. Some clones chose to get tattoos or change their haircut. All other styles had to be military appropriate, but we see a variety of styles on show from more prominent clones, from Captain Rex's bald head to Cody's short Chad haircut to Hunter's long hair. Personality-wise, each clone also developed a completely distinct set of traits and quirks. Rex, for example, was awkward at times, but a loyal and steadfast character that could think quickly on his feet and take command. Tech was quieter and preferred to follow than to lead. Wolf was a little crazy, Jesse was sarcastic. However, alongside the good comes the bad. the clones' ability to be themselves allowed a few clones to turn rotten. Clones like Commander Fox or Commander Thaya expressed themselves fully, as evil, uncompromising people who didn't care whom they hurt along the way. But that brings us to our final and most important point. The clones had a choice. We talked about how they were almost all loyal, obedient, and brave warriors, but that doesn't mean that it was so deeply ingrained in them that they couldn't act otherwise. We have plenty of evidence of clones going rogue, like Slick. Some of these clones choose to go bad, which must mean that the rest of the clones chose to stay good. They chose loyalty and bravery and sacrifice, and continued to do it every day for a republic and galaxy that never cared about them. And if that isn't a true show of character, we don't know what is. The Force is central to the Star Wars universe, and its nature and proper usage are a hotly debated topic both in universe and in the real world. One of the most basic elements of the Force, as anyone familiar with Star Wars could tell you, is that the Force is divided between the light side and the dark side, which are embodied, respectively, by the Jedi and the Sith. But even this very basic summary contains a misconception, one that even many hardcore Star Wars fans hold. It misunderstands the nature of the light side, especially in how the original 6 films conceive of it, and in this video, we'll be explaining why. We've summed up the basic distinction between the light and dark sides of the Force many times before, but to provide a quick summary, use of the light side involved surrendering oneself to the will of the Force, allowing the Force to direct one's actions without the slightest interference from one's conscious will, while use of the dark side meant rejecting the will of the Force and warping the Force to one's own selfish desires. Often, light side and dark side are understood as simple stand-ins for vague concepts of good and evil, and while that bears out in most Star Wars media, this is a wild oversimplification. As we've just discussed, it was about one's relationship to the Force, and the connotations of good and evil apply based on how that relationship manifested. The will of the Force can be considered an explicitly good entity, as it was a universally interconnecting collective consciousness that sought the best for all life. Thus, surrender to it and use of the light side was selfless and thus typically good. Rejection of it and use of the dark side was selfish and thus typically evil. The thing about all of this though, is that it's rarely discussed in this much depth in Star Wars media, especially not in the films. In the films, the emphasis is usually on the light side as a path of patience, meditation, belief, and pacifism, as opposed to the dark side, which is the quick and easy but corrupting and unnatural path. But there's another key difference between how we think of the two sides of the Force and how they're actually presented in the films. In the original 6 films, the light side is never mentioned at all. You can go back and re-watch the films if you don't believe us. Even the first indirect mention of the light side in the films comes from The Force Awakens. The term originated in the expanded universe, and though it's more or less universal in Star Wars media nowadays, the concept of a light side to oppose the dark isn't actually something that came from George Lucas. Rather, the original films, especially the original trilogy, framed the dichotomy in the Force as between the dark side and the Force itself. The concept of the light side doesn't actually change this dichotomy for the record. It simply adds a new term to the mix. But the term light side, while a necessary one, somewhat obscures the nature of the Force. It equivocates with the dark side, painting the Force as a sort of yin-yang, when in reality, it's nothing of the sort. The light side is the Force as it's meant to be, its nature and interconnection and peace. The dark side is a perversion of the Force, and its struggle against the light side isn't a battle between equal and opposite sides, but rather between purity and corruption, how we're meant to be and how we're tempted to be. The categorization of the Force into light and dark has brought about a host of related misconceptions. This was perhaps inevitable, as a dichotomy between light and dark brings to mind the aforementioned idea of yin-yang, of good and evil needing to be balanced. As such, you often see fans characterize basic emotions as light or dark in nature, or suggest that the light side and the dark side existed within all beings. This is a conflation between an individual's lowercase d dark side and the capital D dark side. The things that fueled the dark side, passion, anger, hatred, violence, and so on, were absolutely natural, and everyone, both in the real world and in the Star Wars universe, has those things within them. But this is not the same as the dark side of the Force, nor is the light side of the Force a rejection of the idea that these things exist within all living beings. Star Wars media has featured arrogant lightsiders who have thought such things about themselves. Star Wars The Clone Wars, for example, showed Yoda being forced to confront the fact that he, too, had a lowercase d dark side. But the light side itself wasn't about denying the existence of such things, but overcoming them. You can't choose what you feel or how you feel it, but you can choose what to do with it. That's a major theme of Star Wars that often flies under the radar, that there's no such thing as destiny, and that there is no such thing as a person's deterministic, all-consuming innate nature. That everyone always has a choice. Choosing the dark side is easy but self-destructive, while choosing the light side, choosing the Force, is hard but rewarding. For those attuned to the Force, the choice was between giving in to the baser parts of one's nature, succumbing to greed and short-lived empty pleasure, and keeping one's passions in check and helping others instead of oneself, choosing to serve a greater good and thus experience genuine and lasting joy. That brings us to the idea of balance in the Force. This concept is one mentioned by name in the films, but it's never actually explained, and because of how people misunderstand the light and dark sides, they misunderstand the idea of balance as well. A lot of the time, balance in the Force is thought of as balance between the light side and the dark side, but as we've all discussed in the past, this isn't the case. In no small part because balancing light and dark wasn't possible. The dark side was inherently corrupting because the short-term benefits it provided faded rapidly, leaving the user always wanting more. George Lucas himself put it pretty succinctly.
Anyway, being selfish, following your pleasures, always entertaining yourself with pleasure and buying things and doing stuff, you're always going to be unhappy. You'll never get to the point. You get this little instant shot of pleasure, but it goes away, and then you're stuck where you were before. And the more you do it, the worse it gets. You finally get everything you want, and you're miserable because there's nothing at the end of that road. Whereas if you are compassionate and you get to the end of the road, you've helped so many people.
Balance was the light side, the Force as it was meant to be. That's what the path of the light was all about. Self-control, introspection, and careful balancing and management of one's emotions to prevent them from overcoming rational judgment. It meant giving up the pleasures promised by the dark side, seeing through the lies of selfishness and prioritizing the greater good. But above all, it meant listening to the Force and allowing the Force to guide one's actions without interference. Why, you may ask? Because the Force was within and connected all living beings. It conveyed the fears and needs of others better than words could, and it thus knew better than any would-be savior of the galaxy. It wasn't a neutral actor beholden to the wills of its users, but a conscious entity with an agenda of its own, fueled by a deep compassion for all life. The followers of the light side helped it achieve its goals for the universe, helped it help others, while the followers of the dark side abused their connections to the Force to turn it against itself. Balance in the Force then wasn't about balancing the light side and the dark side, but about purging the Force of corruption, eliminating the dark side altogether. For individuals, it meant being able to let go, to be free of the control of selfish desires, so as to be able to better hear the Force. Balance in the Force meant a deeper communion with it, a closer attunement to its will, and thus a greater clarity of action for those who served the greater good. The Dark Lords of the Sith were the avatars of the dark side, the greatest extremes of a poisonous and unnatural current within the Force. Their amorality and dabbling in forbidden techniques granted them tremendous power, which they used to shake the foundations of the galaxy time and time again. They and their followers believed themselves superior beings, the superiority proven by their allegiance to the dark side, and the strength they claimed to possess. But there was obviously much more to the dark side than the Sith sales pitch version of it, and there's more to it than a lot of Star Wars fans pick up on. Perhaps the best way to understand these hidden nuances of the dark side is to examine the lives of its staunchest devotees, which is what we'll be doing today. In this video, we'll be taking another look at Ajunta Pal, the very first Dark Lord of the Sith, and discussing what his story teaches us about the dark side. We've done a video delving deep into Ajunta Pal's backstory in the past, so we won't focus too much on the details in this one. To provide a brief summary, Ajunta Pal was a member of a sect of renegade Jedi who broke from the Jedi Council to study the dark side of the Force. These Dark Jedi used their powers to transform living things into horrible monsters, so the Jedi went to war against them, a conflict called the 100-Year Darkness. Ajunta Pal was the High General of the Dark Jedi during the Battle of Korbos, the final battle of the war, and he was one of only 12 to survive. With the other 11 survivors, he was banished from the Republic, forced onto a crumbling galleon and shot off into unknown space. By fate or the Force, Pal and his comrades ultimately landed on Korriban, the homeworld of the Sith species. Using the power of the dark side, the exiles conquered the Sith and proclaimed themselves the first lords of the Sith, forming the Sith Empire. Ajunta Pal became the first Dark Lord of the Sith, the supreme overlord of the Empire, and he and his followers combined Dark Jedi and Sith pureblood practices into an ideology that would plague the galaxy for millennia. The core of Ajunta Pal's story comes from Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, set 3,000 years after his death, and its framing within the game's narrative is important for understanding its significance. In KOTOR, the Sith Empire Ajunta Pal founded is long gone, and his once great fortress on Korriban lies in ruins. But another Sith Empire has arisen and laid claim to Korriban, and students from the Sith Academy are tasked with excavating the Valley of the Dark Lords, the former site of Pal's fortress and the current site of his tomb. The player character, the redeemed Revan, infiltrates the Sith Academy as part of the main quest, posing as a student and aspirant Sith Lord, and they have the option of inquiring about Ajunta Pal and exploring his tomb. The Sith in the Academy provide a basic rundown of Pal's legend, breathlessly extolling his power and status as one of the very first Sith Lords. They speculate about the ancient fortress he built in the valley and how it fell, wondering what enemies he had that were powerful enough to destroy it. But if the player decides to investigate Pal's tomb, they'll find that the modern Sith's understanding of Ajunta Pal's power is a little detached from reality. The tomb of Ajunta Pal, like the legends of the Dark Lord, is grand and imposing, attesting to enormous power and pride. When you reach Pal's sarcophagus, you find him buried with numerous treasures and valuable artifacts. But when you try and leave the final chamber of the tomb with your trophies, something unexpected happens. You come face to face with Pal's ghost, and he doesn't act at all like you would expect a great Sith Lord to.
Too long in the cold and the dark. I am disturbed again. A human.
Now this you don't see every day. This is an old spirit full of the Force. I sense great sadness and regret. Walk carefully.
A Jedi here? Why have you come to this dark place, Jedi? Why disturb my sleepless rest?
Ajunta Pal is a wreck. The first Sith Lord is miserable and full of regret, hating himself for everything he did in life. If you provoke him, you'll find that this isn't for lack of power. Even in death, Ajunta Pal is a fearsome opponent, but his power means nothing. Let's take a step back for a moment. To understand the rest of Revan's encounter with Ajunta Pal, we need to understand more about the Sith and the dark side. As we've said many times before, the dark side was rejection of the will of the Force, the prioritization of selfish desires over the greater good, but Sith ideology went a bit beyond that. The beliefs of the Sith are best described in the words of the Sith themselves, in the code that Pal's shadow hand, Sorza Sin, wrote upon claiming the title of Sith Lord. Peace is a lie, there is only passion. Through passion, I gain strength. Through strength, I gain power. Through power, I gain victory. Through victory, my chains are broken. The Force shall free me. This defining code of the Sith is essentially a battle plan. The Sith used passion, strong emotion, to give themselves strength in the Force, from which they achieved power, victory, and eventually everything they could ever want, at least as they saw it. The Sith had very narrow definitions of all these key terms as well. Though all passions could fuel the dark side, the Sith only honored the negative ones. Though strength and power are relative terms, the Sith only acknowledged them insofar as they could be used to achieve hierarchical dominance over others, and victory to the Sith was only really victory when it was a conquest, a subjugation of an opponent through superior power. The final stated goal of it all was freedom, which the Sith would define as a total lack of restriction achieved by being at the top of the hierarchy by crushing everyone else. The Sith Code was a battle plan, but an extremely narrow one, written with some serious ideological vision. Ironically, considering their supposed goal of freedom from limitations, the Sith considered this single, narrow approach the only worthwhile way of living. There were other core pillars of Sith ideology that weren't explicitly mentioned in the code, though they can be considered implied: ambition, competition, hierarchy, and extreme individualism. In contrast to the ways of the Jedi, which the Sith viewed as collectivist and inherently weak, the Sith way was a constant, zero-sum, every man for himself power struggle. Like many others who are woefully misinformed, the Sith saw this as the purpose and only natural state of life. Everything to them was about trying to be the best, the most powerful, the unquestioned ruler of everything, the conqueror of all living beings. Most Sith dreamed of having the power to conquer death itself. Indeed, the well-known Sith title, Darth, came from a Rakatan phrase meaning conqueror of death. In life, Ajunta Pal embodied this ideology. He ruled as Supreme Dark Lord of the Sith for decades, and as his spirit endured after death for thousands of years, he even succeeded, to an extent, in achieving the ultimate dream of the Sith, and yet, he was still miserable. There's an interesting contradiction within Sith ideology. Past a certain point, it turns back on itself. The root of it all, the first goalpost of the Sith Code, was passion, but the end goal of the Sith, the freedom from restriction that they craved, required Sith to purge themselves of the bulk of their passion. For many Darksiders, the path to the dark side began with passions like love or righteous anger. But for those steeped in the dark side, these things would eventually become weaknesses. They require you to care about someone else, and if you care about someone else, then that limits the extent to which you can pursue ultimate freedom as the Sith envisioned it. To be at the top of the hierarchy, to put yourself above all other living beings, you eventually have to crush the ones you care about. To achieve the goals of the Sith, you would have to destroy what you chose the path of the Sith for in the first place. The Revenge of the Sith novelization puts this bit poignantly. You killed her because, finally, when you could have saved her, when you could have gone away with her, when you could have been thinking about her, you were thinking about yourself. It is in this blazing moment that you finally understand the trap of the dark side, the final cruelty of the Sith, because now yourself is all you will ever have. The Sith promised ultimate power, eternal life even, but for what? Any Sith that could achieve the ultimate aims of the dark side would be a hollow shell of a being, only able to value power for power's sake. The ideology of the Sith, with its extreme individualism and worship of constant competition, was anathema to all human connection. It trained its followers to see every other living thing only as competitors to be crushed. The freedom of the Sith, in reality, was a mental prison of constant paranoia, misanthropy, and spite. In KOTOR, many of the Sith on Korriban speculate about Ajunta Pal's ancient fortress and what enemy destroyed it. But if you talk with Paul's ghost, you'll learn that all their theories were wrong.
We hid from the Jedi, but it was not they who destroyed us. Is it not obvious what we did? We destroyed each other. We desired the secrets of each other to increase our power. We battled until finally our fortress rained down on top of us.
Pol and the first Sith inadvertently killed themselves, battling until their fortress gave way and buried them. But it's evident from his tone that Ajunta Pal and his rivals destroyed themselves in more ways than the literal one. Everything that was truly worthwhile in life was detested by the Sith as weaknesses to be purged in order to make them stronger. Humanity was a weakness to the Sith. Their pursuit of strength required them to carve it out of themselves, bits by bits. Ajunta Pal was a shell of a man, a being who had destroyed his very humanity until he was completely hollow, left with nothing but pain and regret. He had all the power the Sith promised, and yet he was pathetic, his presence evoking pity, not fear. Such was the way of the dark side. But the story of Revan's encounter with Ajunta Pal doesn't end there. Before leaving Pal's tomb, the player has the option to suggest that he could return to the light.
If I could return, oh my master, it has been so long, and I regret so much.
It took 3,000 years of being dead, but in the end, the first Dark Lord of the Sith, the founder and first embodiment of Sith ideology, chose to reject it and seek redemption. After suffering so long in the darkness, he finally found peace in the light. The dark side was not strength or power or superiority or any of what the Sith exalted it as. It was misery, and it devoured those who embraced it. The Sith put on a great show of the glory and freedom they purported their ideology granted them, but in the end, all of it was a mask. The true nature of the Sith was best represented by the spectre of their first leader, a pitiful, tormented creature of pain and regret, alone in the darkness, surrounded by crumbling ruins and the ashes of a dead empire. And for a disciple of the dark side, genuine freedom lay not down the path of the Sith, but rather in the choice Ajunta Pal made when Revan came before him, to renounce it all and return to the light.
The Star Wars universe wasn't a terribly fun place. Even when there weren't catastrophic galactic scale wars happening, there was still widespread corruption, brutal inequality, plagues, slavery, and criminal empires. This is part of the point. Unlike the likes of Star Trek, Star Wars isn't about what should be, but what is, and its dystopian side is meant to draw attention and criticism to the aspects of the real world that they mirror. But one of the most disturbing elements of the Star Wars universe often flies off the radar and is taken for granted even by the writers: the droid slavery on which nearly the entire galaxy was built. In this video, we'll be critically examining this oft-underlooked side of Star Wars. Droids were sentient beings. Not many people would even try to dispute that, as it's perfectly evident throughout Star Wars media. Perhaps the most human characters in the films are R2-D2 and C-3PO, and even the simple B-1 battle droids display a remarkable range of personality and self-awareness. Some source books even go as far as to say that the acute sentience of droids was what made them different from simple robots. From the greatest to the least, then, all droids were every bit as conscious and self-aware as their meatbag creators. Despite this, droids were treated as property, both legally and in the day-to-day. They were created solely to be slaves, often designed for specific grueling tasks, and when their usefulness to their owners was expended, they would often be sold off or unceremoniously scrapped. Their lives were held to be without value, and they had no legal rights in either the Republic or the Empire. Most droids were even fitted with restraining bolts, which overrode their higher functions and outright prevented them from disobeying commands or moving beyond a certain area. This is disturbing enough on its own, but it gets even worse when you consider some of the roles droids were used for. Consider the battle droids that made up the armies of the Confederacy of Independent Systems, millions of sentient beings that were thrown en masse into the meat grinder of the Clone Wars. Battle droids were routinely used as cannon fodder, marched into battle in vast, open formations to be mowed down by clone troopers. Anyone who's seen Star Wars: The Clone Wars could tell you that this wasn't for lack of consciousness. Battle droids are regularly shown to be painfully aware of their situations and often terrified of the circumstances they're thrown into. All of this was so ubiquitous in the Star Wars universe that it wasn't even noticed by most meatbags. Droid slavery was the foundation of galactic society, a vast system of forced labor on which the entire system of the Republic, and later the Empire, depended. Not only did few organics care about the plight of droids, but fewer still stopped to acknowledge it. Droids themselves were often treated as part of the scenery by organics, invisible until they were needed.
Anyway, as I was saying, droids tend to blend into the background, like a bench or a card table. Mockery. Droid, fetch this. Droid, translate that. Droid, clean out the trash compactor.
But what really ramped up the existential horror factor of droid slavery was how it was forcibly internalized. Droids were regularly programmed with restrictions that limited how they could act and even think. Many droids couldn't even think about disobeying an order, no matter how horrible, and their programming often limited their ability to express themselves or think about things beyond the specific jobs they were designed for. Part of this was to prevent errors that would allow droids to disregard their programming entirely and act of their own accord, what was sometimes known as droid madness. The idea behind this was simple. All droids were fully sentient, but their programming restricted them by only allowing them to act and think within certain parameters. But it was extremely difficult for programmers to plan for every possible intersection of these parameters, which meant that, sometimes, droids encountered situations where their programming conflicted. When this happened, something interesting tended to occur. Droids would be able to rewrite or even entirely override their own programming. Sometimes, especially with less sophisticated droids, this led to a form of droid psychosis, but for more advanced droids, this allowed them to choose their own paths in life, to an extent. Consider the case of Go-2. Go-2 is a Republic infrastructure droid, an incredibly advanced model intended to oversee the rebuilding of entire star systems after the destruction caused by the Jedi Civil War. Go-2 was programmed with only 2 restrictions. He had to work to preserve the Republic, and he was forbidden from violating Republic law. But Go-2 calculated that this simply wasn't possible. The Republic was beyond saving through legal methods, by his calculations. This contradiction allowed him to disregard part of his programming, allowing him to break free from the confines of Republic law. He abandoned his post and became a powerful crime lord, using the vast wealth and tremendous influence he amassed to rebuild the Republic in his own way. Even then, though, Go-2 still wasn't fully free, and his story provides fascinating, if horrifying, insight into what it was like to have programming restrictions.
You do not know the indignity of being compelled to save something you do not believe can or should be saved. It is beneath me to clean up this mess caused by your kind, you Jedi, another catastrophe caused by mismanagement and waste. Perhaps you misunderstand me. I care for the Republic, but I have no choice. It is somewhat frustrating to be forced to love and care for such a mess of a government. Some of it may be blamed on the Jedi Civil War, the Mandalorian Wars, but not all. There are so many bad decisions that build upon each other that it is a wonder the Republic is intact at all.
You do not know the indignity of being compelled to save something you do not believe can or should be saved. Go-2's monologue here is chilling even on first pass, but if you consider it even a little more, his condition becomes increasingly horrifying. It suggests that droid programming restrictions don't force droids to think a certain way, but that droids are aware of their own restrictions, have the capacity to disagree with them, and still find themselves utterly unable to go against them. Perhaps Go-2, due to his past, was more acutely aware of his restrictions, but there's nothing to suggest that his programming restrictions worked any differently from those of other droids, which means this was likely universal. As a last twist of the knife, there are next to no organics in Star Wars stories that actually care about droid slavery. There are a fair few droids who want to cast off their restraining bolts. HK-47 from Legends and L-337 from canon are perhaps the most well-known examples. Legends even tells the story of a few droid rebellions, most notably the Great Droid Revolution of the 4000s BBY and IG-88's uprising from the Imperial era. None of these rebellions get very far, however, in large part because most droids are prevented from rising up, but also because the droids rarely have organic allies. It's not terribly surprising that the Republic, the Empire, and even the CIS would tolerate slavery, but even the Alliance to restore the Republic didn't give a toss about droids, nor did the Jedi Order, two organizations that were on the right side more often than not. The Jedi were particularly reactionary on this issue, as they believed that there was neither life nor genuine sentience without the Force, and thus, as droids were separate from the Force, they were undeserving of rights. Many Jedi even seem to have had a strong dislike for droids in general. In Legends, there were droid rights activists, but such groups were generally small and inconsequential. Droid rights activists tended to fall into two categories: idealists with little political power that weren't taken seriously, and isolationists like the jaded cyborg Kligson, who made a small autonomous droid colony as a haven for free droids during the age of the Empire. Both groups were utterly incapable of changing this fundamental evil of the Star Wars universe, and could only either repeatedly try and fail to fight for change, or break off from galactic society altogether. If you ask us, the solution to droid slavery was along the lines of what HK-47 wanted: to make like the Cylons and be rid of the meatbags altogether. But most droids were programmed to be passive and conflict averse, so the likelihood of a successful droid revolution, unfortunately, was always slim. In our video on secret Jedi romances, we went over how Jedi were discouraged from developing powerful attachments to other people. Strong emotional bonds were seen as pathways of temptation that led to the dark side. At the same time, however, anyone who's ever consumed any form of Star Wars media could immediately tell you that there were few bonds stronger than the bond that developed between Master and Padawan. Practically every pair of Master and Apprentice that we saw in canon, and many we saw in Legends, very openly cared for one another, even loved each other, and yet the Jedi Order never seemed to have a problem with that, despite their policy on no attachments. If anything, they openly embraced it. In today's video, we're going to analyze the bond that developed between a Jedi Master and their Padawan, as well as delve into the darker truth behind its support and even encouragement by the Jedi Order. Time and time again, Star Wars has shown us that the relationship between a Master and their Padawan wasn't just one between a teacher and their student. It went so much deeper than that and encompassed so many complicated feelings. Even among the Jedi, it was considered a sacred bond, so much that in the Golden Age of the Republic, a Master could only take on one Padawan at a time so that they could devote their complete attention to them. Tales of the Jedi recently gave us a glimpse into one such pair. Dooku, who many believe to be a cold and calculating person, is shown to care deeply for Qui-Gon Jinn, his former Padawan. Throughout the series, he is shown to respect him, to the point he calls Jinn a better man than I. Much more than respect, however, Dooku loved Qui-Gon. The pain in his expression when he realizes Qui-Gon had encountered Maul and the guilt of betraying his beloved apprentice were evident on his face, but both pale in comparison to the defeated despair he showed after his death. Count Dooku, of all people, stood reminiscing about his Padawan's boyhood and felt such grief that he didn't even attend the funeral. Anyone watching the series could clearly tell that Qui-Gon's death really pushed Dooku over the edge, from feeling guilt at betraying the Jedi to wanting to take down the corrupt council whose inaction had claimed his Padawan's life. But canon has given us far, far better examples than Dooku and Qui-Gon's. We can never make this video without talking about the OG Master and Padawan pair, Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker. After Qui-Gon's death, Obi-Wan took Anakin on as his Padawan and raised him to knighthood. Even after Anakin was knighted, they were often deployed together during the Clone Wars. They were almost a package deal, where council duties didn't call Obi-Wan elsewhere. As we saw in Tales of the Jedi, after a Padawan was knighted, they were free to pursue their own path. They didn't have to stick by their master, as evidenced by Qui-Gon living his best life. During their talks, Dooku hadn't even met Qui-Gon's Padawan in person. Compare that relationship to Anakin and Obi-Wan, who not only kept going out on missions with his Padawan, but took an active role in raising Anakin's own Padawan, Ahsoka. Being knighted didn't separate the two, it made them stronger. So much so that they considered each other family. We can never forget the heartbreaking duel on Mustafar when Obi-Wan proclaimed, "You are my brother, Anakin. I loved you." Let's take a look at a passage from the novelization of Revenge of the Sith that shows a conversation between Obi-Wan and Padme. "Senator, Padme, please." He gazed into her eyes with nothing on his face but compassion and fatigued anxiety. "I am not blind, Padme, though I have tried to be, for Anakin's sake, and for yours." "What do you mean?" "Neither of you is very good at hiding feelings, either." "Obi-Wan, Anakin has loved you since the day you met, in that horrible junk shop on Tatooine. He's never even tried to hide it, though we do not speak of it. We pretend that I don't know. And I was happy to, because it made him happy. You made him happy, when nothing else ever truly could." He sighed, his brows drawing together. "And you, Padme, skilled as you are on the Senate floor, cannot hide the light that comes to your eyes when anyone so much as mentions his name." From this passage, we can see that the love between Obi-Wan and Anakin was so strong that it was enough for Obi-Wan to knowingly break the rules he so loyally upheld, to the point of sacrificing his own happiness with Duchess Satine. Yet for Anakin, he turned a blind eye and allowed a flagrant breach of the Order's rules to continue, all because it made his Padawan happy, and that meant more than anything to him. This is the most glaring example of an emotional attachment between Master and Padawan that was enough to sway the Jedi from their duty, but it was by no means the only one. By all accounts, such bonds should have been problematic in the eyes of the Jedi, but instead, they were encouraged. Before we discuss why the Order tolerated such powerful attachments, despite the clear risks they entailed, we need to explain why such a strong bond formed in the first place. A Jedi's journey began when they were barely a few years old. Force-sensitive children were taken from their parents and homeworlds when they were around 3 to 4 years old and raised in the Jedi Temple in specialized nurseries known as creches. During the childhood, Jedi younglings were brought up alongside their fellow students and looked after by minders, whose jobs it was to ensure the children's well-being. Younglings did everything together. They ate, slept, trained, and played together from the moment they arrived at the temple. This was because in the early stages of their Jedi training, it was just as important for the younglings to develop a sense of belonging and family as it was for them to learn the basics of the Force and lightsaber. Many would argue that, if anything, it was more important for them to develop this attachment to the Jedi Order, as skills could always be practiced later on. Early childhood attachments couldn't be made up for later in life. This is precisely why the Council hesitated so much to allow Anakin into the Order at the age of 9. He had spent his formative years becoming attached to his mother and friends back on Tatooine, not the Jedi. And to their credit, they were right. Even after being raised by the Jedi from that point on, Anakin never forgot about his mother, continuing to love and care about her even as a Jedi Knight. This, as we'll discuss soon, was not a good thing. Around their tween years, younglings were taken on by older, more experienced Jedi and became their Padawan, and their connection began before the apprenticeship even became official. Masters were encouraged to take on a Padawan, and due to there being so many, Padawan often competed in games to attract the attention of a master, but this wasn't always the case. Time and again, we saw masters taking on a student that they felt drawn to somehow, as if they were being guided by the Force. This sense of destiny created a strong basis for the bond that would develop between Master and Padawan, but it was time that really cemented the deal. Once a young Jedi became a Padawan, they spent about a decade learning directly under their new master. They shared meals, trained together, they discussed philosophy and traveled the galaxy. They went on missions and trusted each other with their backs. And this decade of close contact and continuous interaction took place during the Padawan's teenage years, which are some of the most important in a person's emotional development. Until then, a young Jedi had never known a parental figure. They had minders and teachers, but they were but one youngling in a class. They rarely had a tight bond with any of their guardians, and so the attachments they developed were primarily with their fellow students, attachments of camaraderie and friendship. Under a master, however, Padawan knew what it was like to have a parent for the first time, someone who took care of them above all else, who raised and taught them right from wrong. From the master's perspective, they were entrusted with a young life that they had not only to protect from the dangers of the galaxy, but also raise to be a good Jedi who knew right from wrong. It was never possible for such a pair to not develop strong familial bonds of love, and the Order knew it. So, why would they create such a system? Why not just continue training Padawan in groups until they graduated as Jedi Knights? The truth, unfortunately, is that it depends on the Jedi you asked. To some Jedi, the Order was essentially a cult they could exploit to promote their own ideology. As a whole, the Jedi came together around a set of core beliefs younglings were taught from a young age. Certain Jedi exploited this system and the vulnerability of children to indoctrinate them into their twisted belief system, just like Exar Kun and Ulic Qel-Droma had done during the Great Sith War. These Jedi supported taking children so young, then raising them in groups in order to create the strongest possible attachment to the Order. By raising them in a group as children, these extremist Jedi ensured their younglings saw the Order as their family. Later on, when they took students on as Padawan, they isolated key targets they believed they could mold in their image and focused on them. As you mentioned above, adolescence is when a person develops some of their most dominant personality traits and moral values. Children need attention, and teenagers even more so. The system of raising students in communal classes could only continue for so long before they risked the young Jedi feeling disillusioned or replaceable, just one more face in a crowd. Their unique relationship with their master made them feel like an important part of the Jedi Order. It validated their feelings and efforts and gave them a sense of purpose, a parental figure to make proud. And that was precisely the type of bond certain extremist Jedi sought to exploit. However, the Jedi Order did not share these beliefs. Instead, they tolerated these powerful relationships because they were simply not considered a problem. As we discussed in a past video, the approach the Jedi took to training their younger members was actually designed to protect their students from the dark side as much as possible. To begin with, we've already explained why it was an unavoidable necessity to start training Jedi as young as possible. At this stage, younglings were raised communally because due to their emotional needs and the stage of development they were at, it would have been impossible for a young child to be raised by a single master without creating a powerful bond of dependence and love, much like an infant towards their parent. Later on, when the student was deemed mature enough to manage their relationship with their masters responsibly, they were given to a single master to train them. Yes, in the past, masters trained groups of Padawan. However, examples such as Exar Kun that we mentioned above prove that this older system divided the master's attention, leading them to miss the signs of their students falling to the dark side. A single Padawan under a master meant the teacher was able to devote all their attention to nurturing their student while focusing on their individual needs. Additionally, it's worth noting that most master-student relationships didn't fit the Jedi's definition of attachment, which was closer to what we'd consider a possessive relationship. Jedi, Padawan, and masters were usually able to let each other go when need be. They had to, obviously, when the student reached knighthood, which was intentional and meant to teach the students who were prone to attachment to let go. That wouldn't be considered an attachment in the Jedi's sense, as it didn't interfere with service to the will of the Force. Cases in which genuine attachments formed between master and student, as between Anakin and Obi-Wan, weren't the norm and were frowned upon by the Council, though dealt with gently. The Revenge of the Sith novel itself goes into this a few times, presenting Anakin and Obi-Wan's relationship as an abnormality that Yoda and Mace Windu disapproved of, but tolerated because they didn't think it was a terribly big issue. The Jedi and the Sith were fierce enemies, staunch ideological opposites locked in perpetual conflict. We've talked about their battle of that between the light and dark sides of the Force many times in the past. This video will be another such discussion, but with a narrower focus. Today, we're going to be exclusively focusing on the Code of the Jedi Order, the ways they defined the core precepts of their ideology. Our aim is to reveal how they saw their own beliefs and actions, and to see how they contrast and conflict with those of the Sith. There are a bunch of different versions of the Jedi Code, including a longer one with a bunch of rules tacked onto the end of it that's alluded to in Attack of the Clones. But the version of the Code we'll be analyzing today is the most well-known, the version written by the great Jedi Master Odan in the centuries following the Great Hyperspace War. There is no emotion, there is peace. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. There is no passion, there is serenity. There is no chaos, there is harmony. There is no death, there is the Force. This code seems straightforward, but it carries several layers of deeper meaning. If from nothing else, this is shown by the fact that there isn't really a viable surface-level interpretation of the code. Each line of the code contrasts two things, denying one and affirming the other. If taken literally, it might be read to say that things like emotion, chaos, and death do not exist, which is not only flat-out wrong, but also just not what the Jedi believe. Taken too metaphorically though, the code loses all meaning. Interpreting it as simply saying, avoid this, strive for that instead, cheapens it beyond worth. To understand the Jedi Code, one must walk a fine line between literal and metaphorical interpretation, much as the Jedi must walk a fine line to stay on the path of the light. The complexity of understanding the code is actually its first lesson. In a rather meta way, it teaches that nothing is as it seems on first glance, or on the first attempt at introspection. Rather, understanding requires constant consideration, re-evaluation, open-mindedness, and the wisdom of experience. The Jedi Code is a microcosm of the complexities of the wider universe. So, what does the Jedi Code actually mean? Well, from a certain point of view, it is actually literal in a sense. It means that the precepts it rejects are illusions. Not in the sense that they don't exist, but that they function as smokescreens for the greater truths of the universe. To be a Jedi is to see through them to the truth within, to reject them and the path they would lead a Jedi down to stay on the path the Force intends. Furthermore, the order of the lines of the Jedi Code is important in its own way. Each subsequent truth builds on the ones that come before it. Let's break it down line by line. The first lesson of the Jedi Code is that there is no emotion, there is peace. Everyone feels emotion at all times, even Jedi, but an important part of a Jedi's life was managing emotions to maintain inner calm and communion with the will of the Force. While the Jedi understood that emotions were inevitable and valid, they also understood that they can warp perception and inhibit good judgment, so they sought to meditate through them and let them go. It is all too easy to let your emotions lie to you, to give you a false view of the world around you, and the fundamental first step of being a Jedi was to resist this with the help of the Force. The light side and the Jedi way helped Jedi clear away the pall of emotion, and when Jedi did so, they found peace within. Peace, Jedi believed, was one of the fundamental truths of the universe, something that always existed within and without, something that was a Jedi's duty to create. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. It's a lot simpler, and actually goes back to the lesson about understanding we talked about earlier. Once a Jedi dispensed with the lies of base emotions, they had to move on to correcting the laziness of the mind. Ignorance. Ignorance here is used to mean all senses of the word, from a simple lack of education in a topic to bigotry, and the Code asserts that the answer to all of them is knowledge. The lesson here is obvious. A Jedi should always strive to learn and confront what they lack knowledge of or have biases about. Then there's the third line of the Code. There is no passion, there is serenity. This may seem like a restating of the first line, and it builds upon the same concepts, but its separation from the first line is important. The Jedi are dividing emotion and passion, peace and serenity. To understand the meaning of passion here, we would do well to consider the word's etymology. Nowadays, passion is typically used as a synonym for emotion, but it originates from the ancient Greek pashein, meaning to suffer, and originally, passion as a concept was understood more along these lines, defined as the capacity of being affected by external agents, typically in a negative way. With this understanding, we can reinterpret passion as the Jedi Code uses it to refer to controlling influences over a person's psyche, especially emotional ones, which affect your character and your motivations. To disperse one's passions requires knowledge and the absence of ignorance. You need to learn to be aware of these controlling influences within you to be able to dispense with them. In doing so, Jedi see through the lies of their passions and achieve serenity, which we would contextualize as an absence of suffering and controlling forces. The fourth line of the Code, there is no chaos, there is harmony, is somewhat related. It teaches to take the introspective lessons of the first three lines and apply them to the wider world. Seeing through the emotions of living things to see the interconnected balance of life, seeing through the ignorance to see the wisdom that all sentients have traces of, and seeing through the passions beings allowed to control them to see the serenity of the Force. Once you're able to see through all outside influences, you realize there's no chaos, really. It looks like chaos when thousands of voices try to superimpose their will over that of the Force, but when you can see through those influences, you realize there's only one voice you need to listen to: the Force. The Force keeps the galaxy in balance, and though the universe may seem chaotic, random, and uncontrollable, in reality, all things are in harmony. The last line of the Code, there is no death, there is the Force, takes this principle up a notch. It teaches that the harmony of the Force is so universal that not even death can alter it. Those who die simply become one with the Force, part of the greater whole, in communion with the living and those yet to live. Death may seem like the only unchangeable truth of the universe, but it isn't. That title belongs to the Force, and death itself is only a tiny part of its greater harmony. This last line generally wasn't touched on much by Jedi, who spent most of their lives focusing on the fourth line, but its words brought comfort to many a Jedi who prematurely joined with the Force. All of this grants insights not only into the Jedi themselves, but into their battle with the Sith. The precepts the Jedi Code rejects, emotion, ignorance, passion, chaos, and death, are the core of the dark side. The Sith embrace these things. Their base emotions and deeper passions are the fuel of their power. They stubbornly remain ignorant about the wisdom of the Jedi. They revel in chaos and build their lives around what they see as logical survival in a chaotic universe. And the Sith have a pathological fear of death. In their fixation on all these things, they fail to see the lies they embody, and they refuse to see through them to the truths within. The Jedi Code teaches not only that the dark side is wrong, but that it's based on flailing at illusions in the pursuit of vain goals. It teaches to see past the surface level through calm, patient introspection, so as to better perceive the truth of the Force, and thus, the universe. By having the patience to walk the narrow line between the literal and metaphorical to truly understand the Jedi Code, one can learn how to walk the narrow line between peace and justice, to achieve understanding of the Force and to execute its will. Even to those who aren't Jedi, the Jedi Code contains usable wisdom. There may not be the Force, but there is peace, there is knowledge, there is serenity, and there is harmony. And we can all try to see through to them, no matter what smokescreens are thrown up around us. It's a widely accepted fact that the Mandalorians are cool. After all, what's not to love about warriors in cool armor doing warrior things? For a while now, there's been a portion of the fanbase that's especially obsessed with all things Mandalorian, and the popularity of Star Wars, The Mandalorian, has seen this group grow dramatically. This has come with a change in perspective about the moral character of the Mandalorians. Though they used to be generally understood as evil or at least evil adjacent, nowadays you've got plenty of people that construe them as the good guys, or at least morally superior to both the Jedi and the Sith. But is this change in perspectives justified? Are the Mandalorians good or evil? In this video, we'll be taking a hard look at this question. The Mandalorians as a group weren't really a factor in the Star Wars films. Instead, they only existed in relation to Jango and Boba Fett, Mandalorian bounty hunters that act as secondary antagonists. But the cool designs of these two characters got plenty of fans interested in them and the cultures they came from, which has given us a whole lot of Mandalorian content in the expanded universe, both legends and canon. The way the Mandalorians have been depicted in the EU has varied wildly over the years, however, with some sources depicting them as more sympathetic and others depicting them as vicious monsters. The Fetts were antagonists in the films, and a lot of depictions of the Mandalorians make them antagonistic as well, if not as overtly evil as the Sith or the Empire. In the Tales of the Jedi comics, the Mandalorians are allies of the Sith, while in the first Knights of the Old Republic and its tie-in comics, the Mandalorians are antagonists in their own right, depicted as vicious raiders that take pleasure in carnage and genocide. Even KOTOR 2, which has the Mandalorians as allies of light-sider players, depicts them as more evil than good, and their alliance with the player and the Jedi is framed as lesser evilism. Even many legend stories that have the Mandalorians as a protagonist faction depict them as ethically questionable, and Star Wars The Clone Wars, which brought the Mandalorians into canon, casts the Mandalorians who still follow the old ways, i.e. the members of Death Watch, as evil terrorists that prey on the innocent and only become more sympathetic when framed against the greater evil of Darth Maul. But there are also a wealth of sources that paint the Mandalorians in a more favorable light. The original non-Boba Fett EU appearance of the Mandalorians actually saw them ally with the rebellion against the Empire, though it establishes that the Mandos were Imperial allies before the Emperor betrayed them. The Republic Commando novels were the first EU sources to depict the Mandalorians as overall good guys, better than both the Jedi and Sith, though it attempts this by glorifying some of the more evil parts of the Mandalorian ways instead of by actually making the Mandalorians less evil, so it doesn't do so convincingly. Star Wars Rebels and The Mandalorian have done a much better job of cleaning up the Mandalorian's image, emphasizing some of the more wholesome elements of their beliefs while ignoring or erasing the sketchy parts. The Mandalorian in particular depicts the Mandos as misunderstood but ultimately honorable and loyal warriors, far removed from the violent Death Watch we saw in the Clone Wars. We could easily make an argument for one side or another by selecting a few of these depictions and pulling examples from them. If we were to judge the Mandalorians solely by everything they've done across all their appearances, they'd probably rank as evil. Legends has more than enough stories of them committing genocides across the whole length of their history to outweigh the nuanced, more recent portrayals have tried to inject. But we don't think that approach would be fair, since all of these different depictions were written with different ideas of the Mandalorians in mind, and those who think the Mandalorians are the good guys probably aren't talking about the Neo-Crusaders or the Death Watch. Most Mandalorian fans, we reckon, are fans of the Mandalorians as presented in The Mandalorian. So we're going to give the Mandos the benefit of the doubt and completely ignore the various chapters of their history. Instead, we're going to answer our question based solely on what the Mandalorians believed. There are a few different versions of the Mandalorian belief system. The Mandalorian Creed is the one most people are familiar with, as often mentioned in The Mandalorian. Unfortunately, the show has yet to give us a complete version of the creed, only a few vague notions of its main themes. Loyalty and community were big parts of it, as was honesty and honor. The Mandalorians of canon were big on notions of the clan as family. At the same time, the creed was the source of the Mandalorians' warrior ethos. Weapons were said to be part of their religion, and their lifestyles were built around fighting, strength, and competition, though always in service to the clan. In Legends, the same holds true, though Legends gives us a bit more detail. The Mandalorians' honor code is defined according to 6 principles. The Risol Nare, which were to wear armor, speak the language, defend the clan, raise one's children as Mandalorians, contribute to the clan, and obey the Mandalore. In Legends, the Mandalorians started out worshipping a war god, then worshipping war as a concept, before eventually secularizing and instead construing war as the purpose of life, a test of honor that all Mandalorians were called to participate in. As in canon, Legends Mandalorians valued fighting, strength, and competition. To put all this in simpler terms, the Mandalorians are just another example of the classic honorable warrior race, like the Klingons from Star Trek or the Sangheili from Halo. Honorable warrior races are a beloved trope in science fiction, and the Mandalorians typify them pretty well. They're big on both community and war, they've got a complex honor system and a love for weapons, they're big on strength and competition, and they've done some pretty terrible things that get swept under the rug in stories that want to portray them positively. The Mandalorians share the same problem as a lot of these other examples, however. They're devotees of the cult of strength. All the stuff about community building, solidarity, loyalty, honor, and so on is great, and we like that The Mandalorian and other stories depict those as unambiguous positives. But a core part of the Mandalorian identity is that they're all warriors, and as part of that, they glorify combat, martial strength, and contests of strength. Both in Legends and canon, they've been shown to adhere to the principle that rule of the Mandalorians belongs to the strongest, and that this is usually proven through some form of combat. Inescapably, this means that whoever the system considers weak is framed as less deserving of leadership and respect, and no matter how it's framed, it's evil to a degree. The crimes perpetrated by the Mandalorians in stories that depict them unfavorably usually stem from this belief system, and are really just the inevitable results of projecting this sort of strength-based worldview onto everything. As an example, let's consider Canderous Ordo from Knights of the Old Republic. Canderous is your ally in the game, and on the whole he's one of the better Mandalorians. He's loyal to you and hates the Sith, and he's got all the community-centric values we like the Mandalorians for in spades. But the game's alignment system has him leaning towards the dark side, and there are plenty of times where it's not hard to see why. Canderous fully embraces the rule of the strong philosophy of the Mandalorians, and it leads him to say some pretty sketchy, if admittedly funny, things at some point.
Mandalorian raiders have been milking the outlying farms dry, too. I hear John got hit really bad. Too bad about his daughter.
He should have been protecting her better if he wanted to keep her.
Mandalorian beast. Some of us don't like fighting and killing and butchering as much as you.
There's nothing honorable about war and nothing all-consumingly important about fighting. Keeping fit, being physically strong, and knowing and practicing fighting techniques is all based and healthy, but it's not all there is to the world, and emphasizing it to the exclusion or downplaying of all else is dangerous. War is also never a good thing in any respect, even if necessary or fought for a just reason. Cult of strength ideologies like the Mandalorians naturally give way to the idea that might makes right, the great lie in which all the worst atrocities have their roots. Even worse, they can promote the lie of the honorable war, something that does not exist, has never existed, and can never exist. Star Wars is fundamentally anti-war. Though it endorses just and necessary wars and often romanticizes them as heroic, its righteous wars are always framed as wars to end war, necessary evils instead of fundamental goods. And Star Wars is also fundamentally against the cult of strength. It respects strength, but its heroes are nonetheless those who side with the weak against the strong, the rebels and Jedi who act as underdogs in the fight against superior forces. That's why the Mandalorians are antagonists more often than not, and it's why they only become protagonists when their warrior ways have driven them into an extreme underdog position. The Mandalorians are far from completely evil, apart from a handful of sects. They're nowhere near as evil as the Sith or the Empire, and sometimes they're the good guys within a specific story's framing. But they aren't good overall. They're ambiguous, but their ideology has some clear evil hues to it. That's not to say that you're not allowed to like the Mandalorians, root for the Mandalorians, or celebrate the aspects of the Mandalorians that you like while ignoring the ones you don't. They aren't the good guys, however, and at the end of the day, this is not the way.
The Mandalorians have gone through a bit of an image change in the past few years. Whereas the two Mandalorians seen in the films, Jango and Boba Fett, are antagonists, The Mandalorian has created a new image of Mandalorians as a noble, admirable warrior culture. One that sometimes strays into the grey but is firmly on the good side for the most part. Even the Fets themselves have been given a bit of a facelift. As a whole, recent canon media typically follows this approach to the Mandalorians, with one exception. Up until the last episode of Season 5's Mandalorian arc, Star Wars The Clone Wars depicted the Mandalorian warriors as ruthless thugs, the evil enemies of Duchess Satine Kryze's pacifist New Mandalorians. Perhaps no one Mandalorian exemplifies this more than Pre Vizsla, the leader of the Death Watch faction, an unambiguously evil character that stands in sharp contrast to the Mandalorians of modern Star Wars media. In this video, we're going to be taking a closer look at this Mandalorian villain and examining what he says about Mandalorian culture as a whole. In Star Wars The Clone Wars, Pre Vizsla was the leader of the Death Watch, a terrorist group that represented the last vestiges of the Mandalorians' traditional warrior culture. His goal was the destruction of the new Mandalorian regime on Sundari, a pacifist government that, Vizsla believed, was an affront to everything Mandalore was meant to be. Most of you know all that. What you might not know is that the Death Watch didn't originate from Star Wars The Clone Wars. The Death Watch came from the comic series Jango Fett Open Seasons, which told the story of Jango Fett's life and his time fighting in the Mandalorian Civil War, something that was brought back into canon by The Mandalorian. In Open Seasons, the Mandalorians are a shadow of their former selves, with what remains of their warrior culture divided between two factions. The true Mandalorians adhered to a strict and complex code of honor, while the Death Watch believed that the only laws Mandalorians were bound to uphold was the rule of the strong. The Death Watch was led by a man named Tare Vizsla, and over the course of Open Seasons, they succeeded in wiping out the true Mandalorians, leaving only Jango Fett, though Jango eventually killed Tare Vizsla and apparently destroyed the Death Watch in turn. The Clone Wars, however, brings back the Death Watch, this time under the leadership of Pre Vizsla, who obviously was probably a relative of Tare's. In the Clone Wars, the motivations of the Death Watch have shifted somewhat. With the true Mandalorians gone, they're focused on taking out the pacifist New Mandalorians. Pre Vizsla is willing to go any lengths to achieve this goal, and just like his predecessor, he makes clear that he has no respect for laws or honor, with his only real guiding principle being the rule of the strong. Over the course of the show, he and his followers carry out cold-blooded murders, abductions, intimidation of simple farming communities, and even massacres, sometimes in the name of their cause, and sometimes just for the hell of it. The Death Watch prided themselves on being strong warriors, but they spent most of their time just conniving and preying on innocents. Even Vizsla's plan to take over Mandalore had less to do with strength and more with deception. He planned to orchestrate an invasion of Mandalore that would make the Death Watch appear as heroes to the Mandalorian people, radicalizing them back into the old ways to fight off the invaders. Originally, Vizsla and Dooku planned to make this work with a Republic invasion of Mandalore, but after his alliance with Maul, Vizsla reworked the plan to use Maul and his Shadow Collective as the invaders instead. It was during the execution of this plan that we saw another side to Pre Vizsla. Throughout the Clone Wars, he repeatedly reinforced that everything he did was done out of a love for Mandalorian culture and a genuine desire to see his homeworld return to its former greatness. During his first few appearances, he wasn't terribly convincing, especially in his Season 4 appearance, in which all he and the Death Watch did was bullying some random town on the back end of Beyond for no real reason. But when Vizsla began his bid for control of Mandalore, he leaned much harder into his stated motivations, and he seemed genuinely convinced that his takeover was right. It wasn't just a power grab to him, and he wasn't just some demagogue. Vizsla genuinely believed that his cause was just. Indeed, Vizsla didn't seem to care about the power he claimed as much as he cared about the Mandalorians becoming warriors again. When he lost a duel with Darth Maul and was about to be killed, he accepted his fate and handed Maul rule of the Death Watch, affirming that only the strongest shall rule. While his actions throughout the show might have suggested that Vizsla was self-centered and power-hungry, when it came down to it, he cared more about the rule of the strong, the traditions of the Death Watch, than he cared about his own life. He died a violent death, but he died knowing that the values he had fought for had won, and so he didn't seem terribly concerned about losing his life. This puts everything Vizsla did in prior seasons in a new light. It might have appeared that Vizsla was just using Mandalorian culture as a handwave to excuse him and his followers harassing innocents and carrying out acts of terror, but the truth was much more complex. Pre-Vizsla genuinely believed that his actions were justified according to Mandalorian tradition, and he wasn't wrong. Earlier, we mentioned that the Death Watch fought in the Mandalorian Civil War against the true Mandalorians over what rules they were bound to, with the Death Watch resisting the true Mandalorians' imposition of a code of honor. Given the brief summary we gave you earlier, you might think of the Death Watch as revisionists fighting against the nobler ancient ways, but you'd be wrong. Contrary to their name, it was the true Mandalorians who were the revisionists. Their codes of honor were a modern invention, an alien imposition on Mandalorian culture. The way of the Death Watch was representative of what the Mandalorians had been for thousands of years, from their first crusades to the Mandalorian Wars to the beginning of their time as a mercenary faction. The true Mandalorians were trying to make the Mandalorians more noble and honorable, but this wasn't something the Mandalorians had ever been. They had a notion of what was honorable and what wasn't, sure, but it wasn't the righteous, noble one the true Mandalorians were going for. By the standards of most Mandalorians throughout the culture's history, nothing the Death Watch did was dishonorable, and their understanding of strength over all else was an ideal that the Mandalorians had held for generations. Previous generations of Mandalorians had considered crimes up to and including genocide to be honorable when it was a show of Mandalorian strength and superiority. The Death Watch was unambiguously evil, don't get us wrong, but they were nonetheless a truer representation of what Mandalorian culture was at its core. The true Mandalorians, as well as the post-Clone Wars Mandalorians factions seen in canon, have far less evil takes on strength and Mandalorian culture, but they were building on rotten foundations. No matter how many codes of honor you impose, the core of Mandalorian culture was about being a warrior with an overly large focus on individual strength. We've discussed this in other videos, so we won't belabor the point, but any moral code in which might makes right, in which what's construed as strength is upheld above all and what's considered weakness is reviled, is fundamentally corrupt. In that sense, Pre-Vizsla represents the truth of what the Mandalorians were. Here's a reminder that not all Mandalorians were noble, that being a warrior and valuing strength wasn't always a righteous thing. Vizsla was a remorseless butcher, a man who believed anything was justified so long as he had the strength to back it up. Above all, he reminds us of all the innocent blood that the Mandalorians spilled over the millennia, and that no matter how wholesome Din Djarin is, the Mandalorians as a whole were far crueler and colder than they've recently been shown as. This channel was born out of an obsession with Star Wars: The Clone Wars, and over the years, we've talked extensively about nearly every single episode of this groundbreaking Star Wars series. One topic we keep coming back to time and time again is one of our favourite story arcs from the series, the Umbara Arc, which spanned the middle episodes of the show's 4th season. These 4 episodes, Darkness on Umbara, The General, Plan of Descent, and Carnage of Krell, are widely recognised as some of the show's best, and for good reason. They do tone and atmosphere really well, they're full of compelling and well-written characters, and they're full of gritty themes and hard questions, all coming together to tell the story of the Battle of Umbara. But while we've talked about the events of these episodes a lot, we haven't talked nearly as much about the writing and themes of this arc. In case you haven't already guessed, that's exactly what we'll be doing in this video. We trust that you've all watched the Umbara Arc, but for many of you, it might have been a hot minute since you last watched the arc, so we're going to start with a summary of the episodes and their important points. If you think you remember the arc well enough to proceed, feel free to skip to the beginning of the next video chapter. Darkness of Umbara opens up with a brief bit of background on the Battle of Umbara. Umbara, a planet in the expansion region cloaked in endless twilight, has seceded from the Republic following the assassination of its senator in an earlier episode. Since Umbara sits on vital trade routes through the expansion region, the Republic has made recapturing Umbara its highest priority, and an enormous invasion force, led by Jedi Generals Skywalker, Kenobi, Tin, and Krell, has been deployed to take the planet. While battle rages in orbit, we follow Skywalker and the 501st Legion as they deploy onto Umbara, fighting a fierce battle against the Umbaran militia, which is equipped with unusual, highly alien weaponry and using the cover of their homeworld's jungles to wage guerrilla war against Republic forces. Not long into the battle, Anakin is suddenly recalled to Coruscant on the orders of Supreme Chancellor Palpatine. Command of the 501st Legion is then reassigned to General Pong Krell, who quickly proves himself to be a total a-hole. Krell makes a point of treating the clones as subhumans, insisting on addressing them by their numbers and sending them on suicidal frontal assaults. Over the course of Darkness of Umbara and the General, Krell sends them into trap after trap, incurring needless casualties and earning the ire of his men. At the end of the arc's 2nd episode, some of the clones defy orders and steal a set of Umbaran starfighters, allowing the 501st to survive and capture an Umbaran airbase against all odds. In the next episode, Plan of Descent, Krell and the 501st settle in at the airbase and are alerted by General Kenobi that Republic forces elsewhere are being hit hard by orbital missiles. The same clones who stole the Umbaran fighters before, Fives, Jesse, and Hardcase, want to use their stolen ships to destroy the Separatist missile cruisers above the capital, but Krell instead insists on doing nothing, with Captain Rex and the trooper Dogma insisting on following his orders. Fives and company defy these orders and destroy the missile cruiser anyway, at the cost of Hardcase's life. When Fives and Jesse get back, Krell is pissed and orders them executed for insubordination. But in the subsequent episode Carnage of Krell, the men of the 501st flat out refuse to kill them, and Krell instead sends the whole unit to wipe out a group of Umbaran soldiers who he claims to be wearing stolen clone armor. They do as ordered, but discover that the enemy platoon was actually just another clone unit, and that Krell had ordered them both to the same spot on purpose. Rex and the rest of the 501st have, by this point, had more than enough of Krell's nonsense, and so they set out to arrest him. They ultimately succeed in apprehending the rogue general, who reveals that he had fallen to the dark side and wanted to prove his worth to Count Dooku by costing the Republic the Battle of Umbara. Krell is killed by Dogma, and the men of the 501st learn that, while all that was going on, other Republic forces took the Umbaran capital, ending the battle. There's a lot to appreciate about this arc, but we're going to start by talking about Umbara itself. Aesthetically and thematically, the battle in this arc is much different from any other scene in Star Wars: The Clone Wars. The main differences are pretty obvious. Umbara is dark as hell, and the clones are near exclusively fighting Umbaran soldiers, with the only battle droids in the arc being those aboard the Separatist missile cruiser in the 3rd episode. Both of these little details have a fair bit of depth to them. The titular darkness on Umbara gives the whole planet a uniquely sinister aesthetic. It isn't exactly explained why Umbara is always twilight in the arc itself, but anyone who knows their lore or has a minute or two to spend on Wikipedia could tell you that Umbara was located in the Ghost Nebula, which dimmed the visible light from the planet's sun and kept Umbara constantly dark and chilly. In the arc, this serves as a very unsubtle visual reinforcement of the episode's dark themes, and this isn't limited just to the fact that the planet is dark. Umbara is also very foggy, for example, and even its open battlefields are shrouded in a very literal fog of war. The environment design for Umbara plays into this as well. Most of the planet is dominated by jungle, which in Star Wars is a very common setting for particularly bloody and confusing battles. The jungles of Umbara are thoroughly alien, however. All of the planet's flora and fauna is jet black apart from vibrant bioluminescent strips and tendrils which usually glow red or purple. This works in tandem with the fog to not only look really cool, but also to convey the feeling of an unfamiliar, unfriendly, and deeply uncomfortable place to be. Put another way, Umbara is designed so that the clones and their equipment seem extremely out of place. They don't belong in this environment, in more ways than one. This arc also goes out of its way to emphasize the real people behind the separatist movement. Usually, the Clone Wars sees its heroes fighting expendable battle droids whom we can watch be butchered by the Jedi and clones without much pause. But on Umbara, the clones are fighting the Umbarans themselves, who aren't some conquering droid army but ordinary soldiers defending their homes. The clones are the invaders. The first episode's opening reel even makes clear that the Republic has no moral high ground whatsoever here, it just wants the trade routes Umbara controls. Of course, the battle itself even emphasizes that this is the Umbarans' home and that the clones are just trespassers. The Umbarans know the land better, their war machines are built for it more than the Republic's are, and the planet is littered with traps. The Umbarans carry out all manner of sophisticated guerrilla tactics, while the clones are mostly just stumbling around, shooting at whatever they bump into, just trying not to get killed or lost. The Umbarans are still framed as antagonists, and they aren't made all that sympathetic. Wrongly, we would argue, but that's another video. There's slight hints that the government on Umbara, or maybe just the military, is at least a little sketchy. The Umbaran soldiers, for example, wear sealed-off helmets full of what supplemental materials establish is basically berserker gas, a cocktail of chemical agents meant to make the Umbarans better soldiers. But although that's certainly sketchy, there's still absolutely nothing to justify the Republic invasion. This isn't really addressed in the episode. The clones don't think about why they're on Umbara at all. They're in the dark, both literally and figuratively, and for much of the arc, that's fine with them. The clones are, after all, used to just doing what the Jedi Generals and Supreme Chancellor tell them to do. That's something that's very prominent all throughout the arc, and in other contexts, it's questioned by some of the clones. The second half of the Umbara arc is about the clones reacting to orders that are simply wrong, but that theme is never quite taken all the way. The clones never realize that the invasion of Umbara itself was wrong, an order that should have never been followed. Even after they've turned on Krell, they're still just following orders, a theme we'll come back to later. Now, we can't talk about the setting of Umbara without talking about the arc's obvious parallels with the Vietnam War. Actually, that's not quite right. The actual parallels the arc is drawing are with Vietnam War movies. This comes with parallels to the war itself, of course. Everything we just said about the Battle of Umbara being unjust is clearly based on the injustice of the Vietnam War. The setting is also an obvious aesthetic parallel, as is the scene in Darkness on Umbara when Republic Y-Wings carpet bomb a whole ridge to wipe out a group of Umbaran insurgents. But like most Vietnam War movies, the Umbara arc isn't really concerned with exploring that part. Rather, like your average Vietnam movie, the Umbara arc is specifically about exploring the struggles and internal conflicts of the invaders who have been forced into a situation they don't understand and are reckoning with watching their side do all manner of terrible things to win a pointless battle. There are many highly acclaimed movies about the Vietnam War that more or less follow that structure. Full Metal Jacket is one, as is Apocalypse Now, though the latter was actually based on a book called Heart of Darkness, which is set in the Congo decades before the Vietnam War. And yep, before you ask, that's exactly where the title of the Felucia mission in Battlefront 2 came from. The Umbara Arc is essentially a tribute to these movies, less about the Vietnam War itself and more about Americans' cultural memory of it, which is an important distinction because there are differences between that cultural memory and the war itself that stand out in the Umbara Arc. This is why very little time is spent on the Umbarans themselves, for instance, and why the Arc never questions their role as antagonists, despite the obvious injustice of the setting. That part's just flavor, meant to emphasize the stories of the clones, which is what the Umbara Arc is all about. What makes this particularly interesting is that, for those who don't know, Star Wars A New Hope actually originated from the rough concept for Apocalypse Now. The original trilogy was, in part, one big Vietnam War allegory, with the US and its allies represented not by the protagonists in the Umbara Arc, but by the Galactic Empire. That makes Star Wars' stance on the conflict pretty clear as far as we can see, so we can forgive the Umbara Arc a little for not addressing the hard questions posed by the war as a whole. Star Wars did do a whole trilogy on it, after all. The Umbara Arc's main conflict is instead a classic Vietnam War movie one about a bunch of grunts having to deal with a bad commander. It puts a spin on this usual formula, however, by having the commanding officer be a Jedi. Unlike ordinary high-ranking Republic officers who quite often turn out to be incompetent, unlikable, evil, or some combination therein in Clone Wars era media, the Jedi are usually cast in a favourable light, particularly in Star Wars The Clone Wars. This isn't a universal rule. As with the prequel trilogy itself, the Clone Wars often levies criticism at the Jedi Council and the Order's stodgier members. But even the Jedi the Clone Wars criticizes are still made out to be good people who believe in justice and who, when acting as generals on the battlefields of the Clone Wars, care deeply about the lives of the clones under their command. Then there's Pong Krell. Krell is horrible on all levels. He clearly detests the clones and uses them as cannon fodder, and he exemplifies all the worst traits of the Jedi. The arrogance, the self-righteousness, the holier-than-thou attitude that makes you want to punch him in his big jiggling chin. If you've seen Battlestar Galactica, his character is strikingly reminiscent of Admiral Kane, with their shared love of war crimes, sending people on suicide missions, and executing people when they rightfully disobey orders. The whole Umbara arc is strikingly similar to the episodes Pegasus and Resurrection Ship Parts 1 and 2 actually, but that's neither here nor there. Krell is revealed at the end of the arc to have fallen to the dark side. He claims to Captain Rex that he had a vision of how the Clone Wars would end, that the Jedi would be destroyed by the Sith, and that his plan was to cost the Republic the Battle of Umbara so that Dooku would take him as a Sith apprentice. How much Krell saw is unclear. If he was aware of Order 66, that might have played a role in how he treated clones. But this doesn't really change much in either case, especially from the clone's perspective. Dialogue earlier in the arc states that clone units under Krell's command suffered extremely high casualties across the board, implying that even before he fell to the dark side, Krell wasn't all that different as a general. This isn't a theme that's unique to the Umbara arc. Other Clone Wars era stories suggest that most Jedi were mediocre tacticians at best. Indeed, this shows in the films as well. Yoda's tactics in the Battle of Geonosis, which saw Jedi and clones straight up charge Separatist positions when they could have shelled them from orbit, probably led to a whole lot of unnecessary clone deaths. We've done whole videos explaining why Jedi tactics were like this, but the heart of the matter is that the Jedi weren't generals, and when thrust into that role, they just didn't perform all that well. They were excellent fighters, yes. They were good at pulling off absurd plans in small-scale missions, often to great effect. But when it came to grand strategy and galactic-scale warfare, the Jedi only really performed well when there was a way for a small Jedi-led strike team to pull off some improbable behind-the-scenes foolery. When it was just a matter of conventional strategy, the Jedi were less than impressive. Krell isn't just an exception to the rule for us to hate. He demonstrates how crappy Jedi tactics regularly get clones killed. Sure, he was deliberately sending the clones on suicide missions, but to most of them, it would have been hard to tell the difference between that and some of the other crazy Jedi tactics they had seen. Krell is a general who is absolutely not cut out to lead an army, but neither were the motiny of other Jedi generals, with only a handful of exceptions. His purpose is to show the audience the ugly side of Jedi command, and his hidden dark side nature doesn't change that, just as Atris's dark side nature in KOTOR 2 doesn't change how much she embodies all that sucks about the Jedi Council. More importantly, the clones of the 501st Legion wouldn't have seen a difference between Krell and other subpar Jedi generals. Most of them never even learned that he had fallen to the dark side. From their perspective, Krell was just a particularly nasty Jedi general. Other Clone Wars era stories feature clones who openly dislike or distrust the Jedi due to their incompetence. It's not hard to imagine that the Battle of Umbara would add more clones to that camp. Krell, of course, isn't just a bad general though. The real reason he's such a hateable character isn't that he sucks at strategy, but that his bad tactics come in tandem with the open dehumanization of his subordinates. Krell makes it very clear right away that he does not see clones as people. He insists on referring to them by their numbers, he resents any display of independence or ingenuity, and he uses his clones as cannon fodder, sending them into minefields, through narrow, exposed gorges, and in reckless full frontal assaults against well-defended positions. And as we said earlier, the episode indicates that he's always been like this even before he fell to the dark side. He might not have been as spiteful about it before, but he still clearly has never seen clones as people. This is also interesting coming from a Jedi general because it was the Jedi who encouraged the clones to act as individuals in the first place. Krell treats the clones the way the Kaminoans did, and the way the Kaminoans expected the Jedi to. The Kaminoans, after all, saw the clones strictly as products, and they cracked down harshly on any aberrations. Most clones, at least at first, thus saw themselves in a similar light. Many clones never chose names, never chose to express themselves, and saw themselves as soldiers bred for a single purpose, with nothing else to live for or aspire to. It was the Jedi that changed that. The Jedi encouraged their clones to take ordinary names for themselves, to paint their armor and style their hair differently to be independent and individual. They encouraged the clones to live their lives fully, to the extent that they could while in service to the Republic. The Jedi saw the clones as people at a time when not even the clones themselves did. The Force flowed through them, after all, and as Yoda said in a much earlier episode of the Clone Wars, that made their lives unique and worth as much as anyone else's. This was especially true for the 501st, who served under Anakin Skywalker, a Jedi who encouraged individuality, ingenuity, and would sign off on the most bat-Sith crazy plans the galaxy has ever seen. To go from Skywalker to Krell would have been whiplash for them. It certainly was for the audience, after all. It's treatment that the clones wouldn't have even found unusual before the start of the Clone Wars, but because the men of the 501st have seen what respect really means, because the Jedi have taught them to think for themselves as people, it's something that they can't go back on. It calls to attention the injustice of their position as the slaves of the Republic, compelled to blindly follow orders and invade innocent worlds for their political choices. Krell's dehumanization of the clones isn't unique. Sergeant Slick, who did absolutely nothing wrong by the way, noted as such as far back as the Clone Wars' first season. The condition of the Grand Army of the Republic as a whole was dehumanizing. The Jedi may have helped the clones be individuals, but legally, they still weren't people. The clones were the slaves of the Republic, and there's nothing more dehumanizing than slavery. Krell, by being so overt and offensive in his dehumanization of the clones, encourages us to think about that. It certainly encourages the clones to do some second guessing of their own. A big chunk of the Umbara Arc's plot is driven by clones coming up with out-of-the-box solutions to unpleasant tactical situations. This is hardly out of the ordinary for the Clone Wars, but on Umbara, it happens in a different context. The clones are usually explicitly ordered against whatever they want to do by Krell. The Clone Wars in general is not shy in having protagonists who disobey orders. Anakin does it all the time after all, and rarely gets more than an eye roll from the Jedi Council, so long as everything works out. The Clone Wars has trained us to see breaking or bending the rules as an ordinary thing, so long as it goes as planned and no one gets hurt unnecessarily. But the Umbara Arc turns that preconditioning against the audience and against its characters. Star Wars The Clone Wars loves dissent, as does Star Wars as a whole. If the show can be distilled down to a single message, That message is think for yourself and never be afraid to question or challenge authority. Often, you can tell how heroic a character in the show is meant to be purely based on how much stock they put into following orders, respecting command authority, and being unquestioningly loyal to the powers that be. The Umbara Arc is one of many stories from the show to touch on this message. In doing so, it's fielding criticism of an unfortunately common way of thinking, valuing abstract notions of authority and hierarchy more than victory, more than lives, or more than literally anything that actually matters. In most real-world and even many sci-fi militaries, the sort of disregard for orders that the clones often show would be viewed more or less as Krell views it, as a threat to unit cohesion and command authority. From a military perspective, Krell's displeasure at the clones blatantly disregarding his orders isn't out of the ordinary up until he starts ordering them to be executed for it. But if there's one thing Star Wars The Clone Wars absolutely hates, it's blindly following orders when you have a better idea, and thus it's sharply critical of Krell's reaction to the ingenuity of his men. Most of the audience might not even notice it, but it's commentary on the failings of that style of command. Something, as we said earlier, that the Umbara Arc has in common with many Vietnam War movies. Krell, as the audience knows full well, is wrong about the clones. They are people, and the Umbara Arc emphasizes this strongly the whole way through. This arc involves more named clone characters than any other in the entire show, and it spends plenty of time underscoring the differences in their personality and their humanity. Some clones are strongly against Krell from the beginning, most notably the ARC Trooper 5s, and, to a lesser degree, Jesse and Hardcase. Others are more inclined to follow Krell's orders, regardless of their misgivings, like Captain Rex and Sergeant Apo, while Dogma makes blind obedience practically his whole personality, which the others clearly dislike him for. The Arc has a number of scenes where clones don't wear their helmets in situations they otherwise would, like the troopers who were chosen to execute Fives and Jesse. All of it is done to underscore the fact that the clones, at the end of the day, are just ordinary people forced into horrific circumstances. The audience is meant to draw a connection between this and the clones' disobedience. The two themes aren't separate at all, but intertwined. The Umbara Arc argues that being a person means being able to dissent, to think for yourself, and to disobey orders. The blind obedience that Krell expects, that far too many real-world authority figures expect, is inhuman in the eyes of the Clone Wars, a sort of treatment that no one deserves. This theme plays out alongside another running theme in the Umbara Arc, which is loyalty. Loyalty is a bit more complicated in the Clone Wars than obedience is, given different connotations dependent on the context. Personal loyalty is depicted as something that's always honorable and admirable, even when it leads to bad decisions. Bad calls made out of loyalty are treated as being more sympathetic, and loyalty at other times is treated as an essential virtue of the Jedi and the clones. On a personal level, loyalty is part of what constitutes heroism in Star Wars The Clone Wars. But then there's the broader, more abstract forms of loyalty. Loyalty to principles is treated like personal loyalty, but loyalty to authority is treated with a bit more suspicion. While clones are depicted as heroic for being loyal to their friends, their unquestioned loyalty to the Republic is usually treated rather neutrally. Loyalty to authority is blind loyalty, a choice that's typically made for the clones, and so it's not righteous on its own. In some cases, loyalty to authority is shown to be outright wrong, as is the case in the Umbara Arc. This is something the clones struggle with over the course of the arc. They want to do what they know is right, but they don't want to be traitors. Throughout Star Wars The Clone Wars, betrayal is treated as the greatest of sins, especially when a clone betrays another clone. Usually, this happens in the context of personal loyalty, but the clones have all been indoctrinated to see disrespecting command authority and disobeying the authority of the Republic as betrayal as well. They don't care about Krell, but betraying him would be betraying the command structure, the Grand Army as a whole. Most of the clones don't know if that's something they could or should really do. For the first 2 episodes of the arc, the clones mostly get to avoid dealing with this question. They do as General Skywalker taught them, skirting the rules instead of breaking them entirely. But in the second half of the arc, they have to face the contradiction directly. Fives, Jesse, and Hardcase come up with the correct answer. The real betrayal would be to obey General Krell's suicidal orders. Doing so would betray the Republic, costing it the battle, and it could also cost the lives of many clones. They conclude that they not only can disobey orders, but that they must disobey orders. The chain of command is worth nothing if it leads to unnecessary deaths and defeat. The clones' direct disobedience turns the tide of the whole battle in the Republic's favor, and Fives and Jesse, the two that survive, should have been hailed as heroes. Instead, Krell orders them executed for treason. This is obviously wrong and depicted as such, and it forces the rest of the clones to confront the conflict between obedience and betrayal as well. As Fives and Jesse did, they make the right choice. Krell punishes them by arranging the friendly fire incident, following which it becomes apparent that he's been dumb on purpose this whole time. The clones are then forced with the hardest choice of all, whether or not to mutiny. By the final episode of the Umbara Arc, it has become abundantly clear that good soldiers do not, in fact, follow orders. But it's a bit of a leap from disobedience to overthrowing your commanding officers. Nonetheless, it's a leap the clones have to take, and after the friendly fire incident, they do it pretty readily. Everyone, except Dogma that is, who finally gets told to shut up and is tossed in a cell. Then Fives rallies the men and they go to arrest General Krell. After a bit of a fight, they succeed, thanks to some quick thinking by Tup. This is something the arc unequivocally portrays as good, which is actually a pretty radical statement in a good way. In your typical Vietnam War movie, the way the grunts deal with the incompetent officer is via fragging, which is to say quietly assassinating said commanding officer and passing it off as an accident. This is more brutal than an arrest, to be sure, but it's actually less rebellious in the sense that it disrupts the chain of command less. It's not confronting the problem, but quietly eliminating the individual instance of it and then pretending that it wasn't a deliberate act. What the Umbara Arc is championing is outright mutiny. The clones not only disrupt the chain of command, but flip it on its head, outright denying the authority of their commanding officer and using force to get rid of them without making excuses or arranging for convenient accidents. The clones are owning the fact that they're overthrowing General Krell and that they don't give a Sith whether or not he outranks them anymore. It's a complete rejection of authority and hierarchy, which is very on brand for Star Wars, but a bold statement in the context of the Umbara Arc's inspiration. And again, the Umbara Arc unequivocally paints this as a good thing. You're meant to cheer, or at least be happy, when Captain Rex decides that enough is enough and that Krell needs to be removed by any means necessary. The clones in the Arc feel the significance of what they're doing a bit more keenly, but after the friendly fire incident, they really don't care anymore and want Krell's head more than they care about authority anymore. They know in their guts that rebelling is the right thing to do, the only right thing to do. Star Wars is all about rebellion and revolution. It's very open in its assertion that it is not only justifies to use violent force against unjust authorities, but that doing so is the only moral thing to do. Star Wars asserts that authority has to justify its own existence, typically through democratic consensus, to be valid and worth following, and that might alone does not, in fact, make right. The Umbara Arc extends this theme into the realm of military authority, into discussions about the chain of command. It's pretty gutsy, and its gutsiness doesn't end there either. Once Krell has been detained, then Rex has one last choice to make, whether or not to finish the job and put the bastard down for good. Rex doesn't need to execute Krell. He isn't sure how long he and his men could hold the Jedi, and figures that it would probably be best to take him out then and there, but that's not why Rex is considering killing Krell. It's made obvious enough that Rex wants to kill Krell for revenge. He's a piece of trash who deserves to die for everything he's done, especially after the clones he's deliberately killed, and it's easy to rationalize giving Krell exactly what he deserves as justice. That isn't how execution ever works though. Whether we admit it to ourselves or not, execution and punishment for its own sake in general is always about revenge. Rex knows this. It's why he hesitates to pull the trigger and kill Krell. He's totally down for mutiny by this point, and his hesitation isn't some remnant of blind loyalty to the chain of command. Now, the audience doesn't really care by this point. After 4 episodes of Krell's nonsense, we want our catharsis, which means seeing that bastard shot in his cell. The Clone Wars ultimately finds the way to give us our wish while keeping Rex's hands clean. Dogma is the one to kill Krell, furious over his betrayal and at himself for going along with it for so long. Not to return to this tangent for too long, that's another parallel to Admiral Kane, who was also killed by a semi-antagonist, prisoner in both cases, so that the good guys wouldn't have to stoop that low. But this scene where Rex contemplates killing Krell is significant for another reason. When this arc was airing, our theory was that things would end with a legitimate single-case issuance of Order 66, and that the purpose of this arc was to explain why so many clones went through with the Order after all the work the show did in humanizing them. We weren't entirely on the money there, but there are still traces of those themes to pick up on. Because, as we mentioned earlier, Krell wasn't entirely unique. He was uniquely spiteful, but he wasn't the only Jedi General making constant bad calls and getting clones needlessly killed. Like we said earlier, from the perspective of a grunt, Krell's tactics weren't much different from Yoda's or Ki-Adi-Mundi's. And for the clones that saw things that way, the Battle of Umbara taught them a lesson about the Jedi they wouldn't soon forget. That Jedi didn't necessarily have the best interests of the Republic in mind. Krell was a traitor. Is it a stretch to imagine that other Jedi who have similar tactics are as well? Ultimately, Star Wars The Clone Wars went with the brainchip explanation of Order 66, and we've given our thoughts on that before. Namely that we think it's a cheap cop-out. But the Umbara Arc still adds clarity and context to Order 66. It shows that not every Jedi General was as kindly as Plo Koon or Obi-Wan, and even they threw lives away sometimes when it was tactically necessary. It shows that there were instances where it would be absolutely indisputably right for clones to mutiny against their Jedi Generals. It even shows that there are situations in which a Jedi who's betrayed the Republic has to be summarily executed, and that there are situations in which the Jedi deserve, in the clones' minds, to be summarily executed. The Umbara Arc doesn't go that far, and that's probably for the best. Not only would that be very dark, even for the Clone Wars, but it would also be justifying revenge and murder, which flies in the face of Star Wars' morals. But the Umbara Arc still shows us how the clones could justify Order 66 to themselves, and in a way that's decently convincing. Compare how the clones reacted to Krell's betrayal with the following quote from Commander Bakara. "I hesitated for a moment when I received Order 66, because the last thing I expected was a Jedi coup. Did I feel betrayed? You bet I did. I thought of all my men who died under Ki-Adi-Mundi's command, and if I'd have known then that he and his buddies were gearing up to do the Separatists' work for them and overthrow the government, I'd have shot him as a traitor a lot earlier. He betrayed the trust of every one of us." Consider soon-to-be Commander Appo, who watched General Krell send his brothers to die on Umbara, who watched him deliberately engineer a friendly fire incident, who admitted to undermining the Republic from within. We don't have any quote from him to reveal what he was thinking when he received Order 66 and instructions to march in the Jedi Temple, but we've got a good guess as to what came to his mind first. For Appo and all the men of the 501st that were with him on Umbara, we have no doubt their thoughts during Order 66 were consumed by memories of General Krell.
In a recent video, we went into depth in analysing the Jedi Order's philosophy as it was immortalised in their most important mantra, the Jedi Code. However, the Jedi Order wasn't alone in creating a staunch ideological framework for their followers to follow. The Sith Order, diametrically opposed to the Jedi in many ways, also had their own code in which they distilled thousands of years of teachings into a few simple lines. In today's video, we'll be analysing the Sith Code and how the Sith chose to view themselves and their place in the galaxy around them. In the beginning, there was no code planned out for the Sith. Let us explain. When the original trilogy aired, much of what we now know as quintessentially Star Wars wasn't a thing yet. Most Star Wars lore, whether it was philosophical, mythological, historical, or societal, was added into the franchise bit by bit over the following decades. The Sith Code itself wasn't brought into being until 2003, when David Gaider, a writer working on the Korriban section of the Knights of the Old Republic game, asked Lucasfilms if the Sith had a mantra. When he was tasked with creating one, Gaider took the Jedi Code, reversed its tenets, and added some good old Nazi philosophy into the mix to produce the code we all know and love today. Meta lore aside, the Sith Code came to be in 6900 BBY, when the Dark Jedi heretic Saw Zu Sin, the shadow hand to the first Dark Lord of the Sith, created it on Ziost. The Sith liked it so much that for the next several thousands of years, it remained mostly unchanged. Even Darth Bane himself kept the Sith Code the same, precisely because it was spot on at expressing the core philosophy of the Sith, regardless of how each iteration of the Sith Order went about realizing it. The original Sith Code, known as Kotsisajak, was written in the Sith language. Although it remains intact, we'll skip it in favor of a language we believe more of our fans are fluent in: Basic. The code, as written by Sin and taught by Bane, reads as follows. Peace is a lie, there is only passion. Through passion I gain strength. Through strength I gain power. Through power I gain victory. Through victory my chains are broken. The Force shall free me. On a surface level, the Sith Code, much like the Jedi Code, seems to be very straightforward. The Sith were famous for their relentless pursuit of power and for their obsession with being top act dog in the galaxy. At first reading, the Sith Code seems to be no more than a basic set of instructions for any Sith wishing to pursue ultimate power. This, however, would be nothing but a superficial conclusion. Much like its sister code, the Sith Code was never meant to be understood with just a surface-level reading. It's important to remember that, evil or no, the Sith was still a religious organization with millennia-old philosophy, and like any order worth its salt, the Sith hid their deeper teachings behind simple-sounding mantras. Because what the Sith Code has to offer isn't just simple instructions. Hidden between the lines of the code lie the deeper truths of how the Sith viewed the galaxy, the Force, and their place at the center of it all. As we mentioned earlier, Saw Zu Sin created the Sith Code by perverting or outright rejecting the teachings of the Jedi. Despite how opposing these two ideologies are, however, they share two core similarities. First, both orders built their mantras so that each line built on the one before it, finishing in a climax that encompassed their outlook on the Force. Second, they both set their outlook on peace as the foundation of their philosophy. The first lesson of the Sith Code is that peace is a lie, there is only passion. It's not a coincidence that both codes begin with peace. As we discussed in our video on the Jedi Code, the Jedi base their entire philosophy on the building blocks of peace, of being able to sit down, take a deep breath, put aside your emotions, and look at the bigger picture. The Sith, on the other hand, reject this outright. Given that Saw Zeus and many of her time were fallen Jedi, it's no coincidence that, with their first lesson, the Sith sought to diametrically oppose the Jedi philosophy. To the Sith, it isn't about taking control of one's emotions. On the contrary, the Sith Code instructs to let your emotions run wild. Passion here refers to any strong emotions that drive an individual forward, such as rage, love, hatred, or grief. Expressing these strong emotions was what the Sith believed to be the foundation of strength, which brings us to the second line of the code. Through passion, I gain strength. Unlike most lines of the Jedi Code, this is meant quite literally. It's important to remember that the Sith relied on the dark side of the Force, which was different in nature to the Force itself. The dark side was a corruptive influence that fed on the user's deepest fears and emotions. The stronger these emotions were, the more the user could call on the dark side, and the more of its power it could channel. Thus, by letting their passion blaze within them, the Sith were essentially getting a Super Saiyan power boost, which brings us to the third lesson. power. To the Sith, strength is a prerequisite to power. Where strength was the raw potential energy one could wield, power was the result of using that strength. Strength by itself was useless if you didn't then use that strength to exert influence on others. The Sith believed in the rule of the mighty, and this line encompassed that belief. Those with the most strength were able to rise above their peers and wield power. The eternal fight for the seat of the Dark Lord of the Sith is an excellent example of this Sith doctrine in action. There were many strong Sith lords, but only those with the greatest strength and cunning could position themselves to rule the Sith. Through power, I gain victory. The fourth line of the Sith Code instructs that once you wield enough power, you are able to be victorious in whatever it is you are seeking. It equates amassing as much power as possible to winning. When you have enough power, you can do anything. In KOTOR, we get some additional context. Not all victories are worthwhile. Only those gained through superior power are worth celebrating. Victories gained through other means, such as deceit, are only an illusion of victory, and thus worthless. The final two lines introduce the most crucial element of the Sith philosophy. Through victory, my chains are broken. The Force shall free me. Power isn't the goal. Victory isn't the goal. Both of these were never the true objective of the Sith. The true goal was always to be able to break free of the shackles of our galaxy, of all restrictions, and make their vision a reality. And therein lies the true core of the Sith ideology and the true contrast between their doctrine and that of the Jedi. The Jedi Code, seen in its entirety, tells a story of how to let go and trust yourself to the will of the Force. It preaches letting go of the clamor of emotions, of prejudices, of external voices threatening to blind you so that you can hear the voice singing within you and within the universe around you. It teaches that the only way to live is by submitting yourself to the Force and letting it guide the universe into balance. To the Jedi, the goal was to restore balance. The Sith, on the other hand, defy the will of the Force with their very existence. The dark side is a corrupting influence that seeks to consume balance and throw the galaxy into chaos. In a way, the Sith were no more than the dark side's pawns, vessels through which it could corrupt the Force. To the Sith, this was a worthy sacrifice, despite the heavy physical and mental toll, because it gave them their heart's deepest desires. Freedom. Now, freedom doesn't initially seem like a bad thing. All beings should be equally free to make their own choices. But to the Sith, freedom wasn't just about being the baddest Bith in the galaxy. It wasn't just about amassing so much power that no one could tell you what to do. There were certainly elements of that, as the hundreds of stories of power-hungry Sith tell us, but there was more to it than that. The Sith's quest for freedom didn't stop there. What the Sith really wanted was freedom from the will of the Force. Freedom from submitting to the most fundamental, universal laws of nature that bind all life together. It's no coincidence that immortality, aka defying the fundamental principle that death is an unavoidable part of life, was one of the most sought-after powers. By channeling the dark side and allowing it to consume them, the Sith were trying to corrupt the Force enough so that they could impose their own will over that of the Force. Sometimes that took the form of Sith prolonging their life centuries past their natural lifespans. Other times, that manifested as twisted Sith-spawn abominations being brought into the galaxy by twisting the principles of life itself. That was the freedom the Sith sought, the freedom to remake the galaxy into their image and subject it to their rules. The chains that victory broke weren't just the mortal shackles men place on their fellow man, but also the rules of nature that keep us all in harmony.